Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com. Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Lion and Judah rap. The penile gland holds the power. They plan to crucify me at the 9th hour. Charges against me, attempts to arrest me. Apostate Jews, Pharisees and Sadducees. I spoke parables to the multitude at Galilee. Paint pictures with parables that'll fill up a gallery. Zealous Jews, killers on a salary. Jealous and confused, heart harking, burning like calories. Restore the blind, raise the dead from the coffin, bruh. By my command, make angels sing like an orchestra. The scribes took notes, saying I'm a sorcerer. Reports above my head, flying sorcerers. Ascending and descending lights from the Etherian heights. 9th hour daytime turn to midnight. The ground started vibrating hard as the temples and synagogues are destroyed by God. The children of God can make God.
Yeah.
In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the Creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might.
That's right.
Trumpets sound across the sky as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the auspice watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace. Their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the old street, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past and the love that will ever last in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone.
Over I and I. Where's it, family? Wagwan. Shout out to the Critic Gang. You know what I mean? Your boy Shalom Shalom tapping in for a hot few. The crazy thing is, you know what I mean? On the way home, tired, got amped up, like, yeah, but when I get to the crib, I'm gonna go live, you know what I mean? Feeling pretty good. By the time a nigga got to the crib and went live, nigga was like, damn, nigga, I should have took back upstairs and went and laid my ass down. But it's all good. It's a vibe, you know what I mean? So let me come chill with the family, see what going, yo. I see the family chiming in. Who we have here? Where's Saint Nazarene? Messiah King. Yeah, Messiah King, Bishop X, Wagwan. See the family chiming in now. What? Where's his sister and Messiah? See the family chiming in. See the family chiming in. Wagwan. Tikva, where's his sister? Big up yourself, large up yourself. Where's the daughter of Jehovah? Where's the Messiah John? Where's the John? Big up yourself, yeah? Johnny in the building. You know what I mean? So, no particular topic. I said, yo, let me just come on and vibe with the people then, you know? No particular topic. I do got one in mind, though. You know what I mean? Doing the knowledge. Peace to all I see you. Just doing the knowledge, you know what I mean? Doing the knowledge on the history of the writings of the Bible. You know? They say that Moses is responsible for writing the Torah. They say Moses is responsible in the academia world. They say Moses is responsible for the first 5 books of the Bible. You know what I mean? Just me, Wagwan Bedrin, Aruba, Messiah, Imam Messiah, Wagwan sister, D. Patterson, I see you, King. Yeah. So now, the Bible is attributed to Moses. Let me see if that'll come up. Let me put up something. It's a blood clot vibes. Now, when you look up who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, the answer you're going to get is this. Wrote the question, who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible? According to Judeo-Christian tradition, Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, known as the Pentateuch. However, some scholars question this claim. So here is the claim that Moses wrote the first 5 books. Mosaic authorship is the Judean Christian tradition that the Torah, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, were dictated by God to Moses. Now, the interesting thing is this. The time of Moses, we put him at the ending of the Middle Kingdom, 12th dynasty. Last ruler, last family of that dynasty, which is Amenhotep III, Amenhotep IV, Sobeknefu, his stepsister. So that time period, we place it at the 15th century BC, before Common Era. But what's interesting is that we don't have no writings. We don't have no book of Genesis, book of Exodus, book of Deuteronomy, book of Leviticus. We don't have those books going back to the 15th century BC, before Common Era. What we found out is that most of those books are not even from the time of Moses. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Those books don't even go back to the time of Moshe. according to the historicity of these books go back as far as the 4th century BCE. The 4th century, 3rd century, 400, 300 BCE. Yeah, you go ahead. So look at that. The Torah doesn't even go back to Moses, but it goes back to 400 to 300 BCE. That's what they have it dated as. Now, we know that the Tanakh was inspired by Ezra around the same time period. So this will let us know that the first 5 books that is attributed to Moses is really attributed to Ezra, based off the dates alone. So it says the Tanakh, also known as the Hebrew Bible, is composed of 3 main sections: the Torah, the prophets, the writings. Here's a breakdown of the books in the Tanakh, along with their estimated compilations and dates. So you got Genesis right here going back to what? 400 or 300 BC. Same thing with Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all around the same time. And then when we come to the writing, the prophets, look at this. 3 to 200 BC. Now, Joshua came after Moses. Now, if Moses existed in the 15th century BC, and they placed the book of Joshua 300 BCE, that's a big gap. That's a big difference. So that's to let you know that where did these records come from? How are they writing about Joshua 300 BC to 200 BCE when Joshua is dated to be around, who came after Moses, around the 15th, 14th century BCE? So we're talking about a little over 1,000 years, no written account. And then we go to Judges, Samuel. Look at Samuel. Samuel was the one, is it the book of Samuel? And we talk about the Amaleks, Israel going to kill off the Amaleks and all that, kill off the kill the infants. That time when Israel was supposed to be doing that, that would have been around the 10th century BC, 11th, 10th century BC, when Israel was going to war with the Canaanites to establish the land. That was around that time. But the book is dated to 200 BCE. We're talking over damn near 1,000 years later that this account is being compiled. Then we got the book of Kings. And then look, we got Isaiah at 150 BCE. This is the book of Isaiah. Now Isaiah is pre-captivity. The time of Isaiah is supposed to be around the 8th century, 7th century Common Era. I mean, before the Common Era. Muffin Hush. Before the Common Era. But they got Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, dated at 100 BCE. See that? So all this time period fits around the time of when the Tanakh was compiled during Ezra. None of these books go back to the time that they were supposedly been written. Isaiah don't go back to the 8th century BC. Jeremiah don't go back to the 8th century BC. These are prophets, especially Isaiah and Jeremiah. These are prophets that existed before the captivity. The captivity took place according 722 BCE. That's when the Assyrians attacked the northern kingdom. 722 BCE. So the book of Jeremiah and the book of Isaiah would have to come before 722 BCE. But they're dated at what? 100 BCE to 50 BCE. So the question need to be asked, well, how are they composing these records? If they're 1,000 years, damn near 1,000 years, a couple hundred years later? Where is the pre-existing text that Ezra got these texts from that we should be able to see the remnants of today? Ezekiel. The time of Ezekiel is during the captivity. Let me pull up that other map, show it. I got that right here. Look at this. Now I got the map. Look at this. All right. Now we're going to make it make sense. Coming back to Isaiah. Right? We're talking about Isaiah and Jeremiah. Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, they have it listed at 100 to 50 BCE before the Common Era. But the time of Isaiah is supposed to have been 740 to 686 BCE. The time of Jeremiah is 650 BCE. But the books came around 100 to 50 BCE. Several hundred years later. Ezekiel. They got Ezekiel at 50 to 100 CE. 50 BCE to 100 CE is Ezekiel. And the time of Ezekiel is supposed to be within the captivity. The Babylonian captivity was from 586 BC to 515 BC. Within this time period was the captivity. But they're talking about Ezekiel in 50 BC to 100 CE. So what does that mean? That means that these books were backdated, right? We speak about this all the time. But you got to think about it. If these books were backdated, where did Ezra get the records from? Did Ezra have access to the book of Jeremiah? Or, according to 2nd Ezra chapter 14, did he get it from download? Did Ezra get the Tanakh from download? Because remember the book of, let's get that real quick. Let's get how Ezra got the download, because there's two ways Ezra got it. According to historicity, it was a great assembly. According to Ezra, he got it through download. And according to Owaspi, he got it through selected scripts. So let's see if we can find that real quick. Now look, this is 2nd Ezra, right? Let's go to verse 21. Verse 14, verse 21, it says, "For thy law is burnt, therefore no man knoweth the things that are done of thee, or the works that shall be done." So here it states that the law is burnt. So by the time of Ezra is within this time period right here, right after the captivity. So, and then he said the law is burnt. So that means the law was burnt due to the Assyrian and Babylonian destruction to Jerusalem. Because when the first temple was destroyed, a lot of records was destroyed. Right? But even us reading what happened to David, reading what happened to Solomon, reading what happened to the first temple, reading what happened to the captivity, all that is backdated. None of that was written when it happened. Ezra is writing in 450 BC about things that took place damn near 1,000 years, 500 to 1,000 years prior to him. Even before that, because he's supposed to be writing about Moses. Which is damn near 1,400 years prior to him. And he's backdating. That's like me sitting here writing about Abraham Lincoln. That's like me writing about George Washington. I didn't exist during the days of George Washington, but I'm writing a narrative and a story about George Washington X amount of years after he lived. See how that worked? The whole Bible is backdated. The whole thing. So Ezra chapter 2nd Ezra 14:21 states, for the law is burnt due to the captivity. Therefore no man knoweth the things that are done of thee, or the works that shall be done. So right there it states, right here. What my mouse said. No man knoweth the things that are done of thee. Meaning ain't nobody gonna know what I'm about to reveal to you. Don't nobody know. And then it says, or the works that shall begin, meaning the compiling of the Tanakh. So if the law is burnt, if the law is burnt, right? What are they following as law? Are they just walking around lawless, doing whatever they want? You can't say they got the law during this time because the law is burned. So they're walking around lawless. They have no clue. I wonder if they even knew who Moses was. Was the destruction that bad that they forget the history? Because according to Ezra, he got a download. What does stay right here in the next verse? But if I have found grace before thee, send the Holy Ghost into me, and I shall write all that hath been done in the world since the beginning, which would be Genesis, which would be Adam and Eve, which would be the flood of Noah, which would be Abraham coming on down, and which were written in the law of who? Moses. So Ezra is about to backdate history starting from the beginning. Bereshit bara Elohim wa'aretz. That's where Ezra is starting from. So he's writing about a time that he didn't exist in, that he wasn't there for. So when you read the Bible, you're reading about events that did not take place as it was written by the person who's speaking. All this is backdated. So right here, the Holy Ghost is going to go into Ezra, and Ezra is going to write that which was in the beginning and the written law. Because why? It was burnt away with up here. The law was burnt. So he's about to rewrite the law. So if he's going to rewrite the law, which is the laws of Moses, which in return would be the Leviticus laws. So he's going to rewrite the Leviticus laws, and then he's going to rewrite right here. He's going to rewrite the things that was done since the beginning. So that means he's going to rewrite the 7-day creation story. He's going to rewrite Adam and Eve, the Garden of Eden and the serpent, the descendants of Adam and the descendants of Cain, leading up to Noah, the flood accounts, the descendants of Noah, the generations of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. All that Ezra is about to rewrite. Or he's about to write because those records, Israel didn't have no 7-day creation story. They got it from the Babylonians. See that? Well, according to the narrative, when Israel came out of Egypt, they was given laws, statutes, and commandments, not a story of creation. The story of creation came into the Bible during the time of Ezra, 450 BCE, when the Tanakh was compiled. Moses did not come with a story of creation. Ezra gave you a story of creation, attributing it to Moses. So here, Ezra is about to write that which was in the beginning in the law. And then he got some scribes who's going to write for him. But look, thou prepare thee many box trees and take with thee, and these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scribes. These 5 which are ready to write swiftly. So he got 5 scribes that's going to be writing what he is saying. And then it says, come hither, and I shall light a candle of understanding in thy heart, which shall not be put out till the things be performed which thou shalt begin to write. So he's going to be inspired this whole time to write the Tanakh. Verse 26. And when thou hast done some things, and when thou hast done some things, shalt thou publish, and some things thou shalt shew secretly to the wise. Tomorrow, this hour, thou shalt begin to write. So he's telling him some books you're going to reveal and some you're not. This is Luabung, the false Lord God, inspiring Ezra to compile the Tanakh. So I took the 5 men, and he commanded me, and we went into the field and remained there. And the next day, behold, a voice called me, saying, Ezra, open thy mouth and drink that I give thee to drink. Then I opened my mouth, and behold, he reached me a full cup. Now, right here, Ezra is describing the deity giving him the fluid, giving him the cup. Look what it says. It says, and the next day, behold, a voice called me, saying, Ezra, Open thy mouth and drink that I give thee to drink. That's objective. Huh? Then open I my mouth, and behold, he reached. He reached. That alone, he reached. If I'm that's me reaching. I'm reaching. He reached me a full cup, which was full as it were with water, but the color of it was like fire. And I took it. That means he objectively took it from this man's hand to my hand, and I drank it. So basically, this Lord, this angel, appeared to Ezra to give him this cup to drink. And then with him drinking that, when I had drunk of it, my heart uttered understanding, and wisdom grew in my breast, for my spirit strengthened my memory. So now, my mouth was open and shut no more. And look here, this is the catcher. The highest, meaning Luamong, gave understanding unto the 5 men, and they wrote wonderful visions of the night that were told, which they knew not. That's a death blow right there. This right here. You know, I'm a sentence dissector. We dissect sentences. So it says, they were told which they knew not. So they're being told something that they didn't know. What are they being told? Earlier it stated what? I'm going to reveal to you what? That which was in the beginning and that which written in the law. So they're hearing for the first time what they think is coming from the story of creation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Nigga, that came with Ezra. You thought Moses wrote that? You thought Moses wrote, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. You thought Moses wrote that. Wrong. Ezra wrote that. Ezra was the one who said, in the beginning, God created the heavens. He wrote that. You know what Moses wrote? Moses wrote, hear, O Israel, the Lord thy God is one, because that's the first law. Moses wrote laws, not the story of creation. See, it's deeper than what you think. This is chess, not checkers. So again, the highest gave understanding unto the 5 men, and they wrote the wonderful vision of the night that were told, which they knew not. And they sat 40 days, and they wrote in the day, and at night they ate bread. So they wrote for 40 days stuff they did not know what to expect. But they writing though, right? And keep in mind, the time of Ezra is 4th century, 5th century BCE. Time of Ezra's right here. Right before the Second Temple, around this time right here. That's the time of Ezra. Right? And he's writing about Genesis, Adam and Eve, the descendants, the genealogy of Adam and Eve and Cain, coming on up to the time of Noah, the flood of Noah, the genealogy of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, then coming to the story of Abraham, and then from Abraham to the 12 tribes, then from the 12 tribes to Joseph, and then from Joseph to Moses, and then from Moses to the Exodus, to the wilderness, the division of the conquering of the Canaanites, the dividing up of the land, the coming of David, the building of the temple through Solomon, then the prophets of the first temple. All that is what Ezekiel is what Ezra is writing. He's writing all the way on up to the book of Malachi. Whatever the last book is in the Old Testament, whatever the last book is in the Tanakh, is what Ezra is writing up to. So Ezra wrote up to writes to the book of Malachi. The time of Malachi is what? That's pre-captivity. See that? So Ezra is writing from the creation up to pre-captivity. Book of Malachi. Let's see what time is the book of Malachi. Let's see what it says. Now, they placed the book of Malachi between 5th century to the 3rd century BCE, the book of Malachi. So that would be right before the captivity, right during the captivity. That'll be right, book of Malachi, right up in his. So that's right before the captivity. Right? So that's what he's writing. That's what he's giving you a history of. That's what Ezra is giving you a history of. That's what we're reading right here, Ezra. And his revealing of the Tanakh. So 2nd Ezra, chapter 14, verse 42, lets you know that what they were writing, they knew not of. And then verse 43 states, as for me, I spoke in the day, and I held my tongue by night. And I held not my tongue by night. So he just blabbering. And in 40 days, we wrote 204 books. So the Tanakh is really 204 books, according to this. And it came to pass, when the 40 days were filled, that the highest, Luamong, spoke, saying, the first thou shalt has written published openly, that the worthy and unworthy may read it. But keep the 70 books last, that thou mayest deliver them only to such as be wise among the people. So here Ezra is compiling the Tanakh. So if 70 are to hold back, there's 134 books given to the public. But how much you got in your Bible? 66 books. So all those books that wasn't added to the a lot of them books that was added and taken out, they making those decisions, man. Now we ain't gonna put this one. We're gonna keep 66. We're gonna keep the others hidden. These scribes are something else. Now, Luamong is the one who's behind this, as those who read the Owaspi know, right? So according to Luamong, this is how the Tanakh was compiled according to the Owaspi, right? So now let me just come back up. Book of Esra, God's Book of Esra, 41:28. So Luamong falsely assumed to be El, the Lord Adonai of heaven and earth. He said to thought, go tell mortals I am the same, who wrought wonders for the Israelites. And forsooth, the Israelites will fight for me. See that? So this is Luamong saying, telling his general to go inspire the Israelites that I'm the God of Israel, and they're going to fight for me. Chess, not checkers. We the pawns in this thing. Thought Elias Jabril did this. And furthermore, Luamong inspired one, Ezra. See that? Luamong inspired Ezra. So everything we just read about Ezra previously, from 2nd Ezra, we just read about the compiling of the Tanakh, is Luamong. It was Luamong who sent the Holy Ghost to Ezra. It was Luamong say, sit 40 days, 40 nights. I'm going to inspire you to write that which was in the beginning. So you're being inspired by a false God to compile the Tanakh. Furthermore, Luamong inspired one, Ezra, to gather all the records he could to be proof of his labor for the Israelites. Precept, 2nd Ezra, chapter 14, verse 3. Then said he unto me, in the bush I manifestly revealed myself unto Moses. This is supposed to be Luamong telling Ezra that it was me who manifested to Moses in the bush, lying to Ezra. Because Luamong is using Ezra. It's deep. Now look, according to the Owaspi, this is how Luamong compiled the text. Verse 31. To accomplish this, thought Elias Jabril employed 700,000 angels to be with Ezra, and the numerous scribes whom Ezra employed. And by their inspiration were the books of the Ezra Bible written and compiled. So here it states that Ezra had numerous scribes, while in 2nd Ezra he only has 5 scribes. So numerous scribes mean many. That's plentiful. Numerous. Let's just look that up, although we know what it means. But let's go to show that numerous, great in number, many. So we know that's more than 5. A great many. You're not going to say a great many for 5 people. So in the OSP, it says that Ezra had numerous scribes compared to 2nd Ezra, but he's only having 5 scribes. So now, Ezra and the numerous scribes whom Ezra employed, and by their inspiration, whose inspiration? The 700,000 angels. By their inspiration were the books of the Ezra Bible written and compiled, according to the commandments of Luamong. See that? That's it right there. Really ain't no more. Ain't nothing else to read after that. By their inspiration, the 700,000 angels were the books of the Ezra Bible written and compiled, according to the commandments of Luamong. See that? Luamong gave you that. Y'all running around holding up the Bible, talking about it's the holy word of God. It's the holy word of a false God. And there were thus collected 72 books, and they were put on file in the king's library in Jerusalem. So this would have had to have been during the Second Temple, because Ezra came back from captivity with the Tanakh from Babylon to the Second Temple, after the manner in which the ancients preserve important records of events in these books were named by Ezra, the Holy Library, of which number 54 remain to this day. So when it states that, right here, when it states they were put on file in the king's libraries in Jerusalem, in order for that to be, the Second Temple would have had to been built up. This would have been the Second Temple that they're referencing right here. Now look what it states next. But of all these, not one book was inspired of Jehovah. See that? Or his son, God of heaven and earth. So you don't even have the true God. God, the true God of heaven and earth. You never had the words of true God of heaven and earth. Because Luamong inspired the Tanakh. And the Tanakh is an offspring. I mean, the King James Bible is an offspring to that, to the Tanakh. So look what it states. But of all these, not one book was inspired of Jehovah or his son, God of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, there are many things within them that were of Jehovah and his angels. Howbeit, though they were put on record by men and interpreted by men. So they have some records were of some events that were of the Creator, but they interpreted and put on record. With that, they distorted it. They perverted it. See that? So Luamong is behind the inspiration of the Tanakh. So when we come back to the dating, right? When we come back to the dating of the Tanakh, which would include the first 5 books, the Torah, the prophets, and the writings, all this would fall under the works of the Great Assembly with Ezra. Let's go down to the Tom. Let's go to the chart. And then that's dealing with the Old Testament, let alone the New Testament, with the Gospels. They came much later too. This whole thing is backdated. Let's go to the chart. This is the chart right here. Look at this. It says historical date for the Torah, Tanakh, Bible. So here you see So here you see 400 BC to 300 BC. There go your first 5 books. Right there. Accredited to Moses, which in return is really accredited to Ezra. From 300 BC to 50 BC, you got the writings of the prophets. You got the prophets and the writings. All within that time period. So what does that mean? The book of Joshua, all the way to Chronicles. Or the book of Joshua, all the way to the 12 minor prophets. Or Ezekiel, I should say. All fall within this time period. Don't none of this go back to the time that they say go back to. Look at the Gospels. The epistles to Paul. The general epistles. The writings of Paul come before the Gospels. How was that? Let me come to this chart right here. Now look, this is how they backdated. See, backdating biblical history. They go to the time of Moses. The time of Moses would have been 1552 BCE, before the Common Era, the time of the Ark of Bond. Right? There is no written account until we get to 400 BCE. That's the time that we get the Genesis, the Exodus. So we're talking well over 1,000 years before we get a Genesis. So you got all this time right here with no written record. From the time of Moshe to the 400 BCE, you don't have no written account. And according to Ezra, remember, don't forget, according to Ezra, the law was done away with. That's why I stated, send the Holy Ghost to me, and I shall write all that which had been done in the world since the beginning, which were written in the law. So here's Ezra down here talking about, I'm going to write what was done in the beginning with Moshe. That's the claim. Or in the beginning with the creation story. That's the claim. But the creation story that Ezra gave you, that 7-day creation story, that comes from the Babylonians. That came from the very place that he wrote the Torah in. The Tanakh was written in Babylon. That's right there. Let me see. Some of these things when I say not entirely written in Babylon, a significant portion of the Tanakh Hebrew Bible is believed to have been written during the Babylonian exile. That's what I needed to hear. So you have Ezra writing about the Bible in Babylon as valid as shown here, right? And where does the 7-day creation myth come from? The Amuna Elish. The Amuna Elish is what? What's the Amuna Elish? What does that say? Amuna Elish, also spelled Amuna Elish, meaning when on high, is what? Is a Babylonian creation myth. See that? This is where Ezra got the 7-day creation story from. Because he was already in Babylon. See? Over 7 tablets. Over the 7 tablets, it describes the creation of the world A battle between gods focused on the offering to Marduk, the creation of man's destiny for serving of the Mesopotamian deities, and it ends with the long passage praising Marduk. The rise of Marduk is generally viewed to have started from the second dynasty of Isin, triggered by the return of the statue of Marduk from Elim by Nebuchadnezzar. So, the creation story that you have in your Bible is rooted in the Babylonian creation story. They modified it. You know what I mean? But that's where he got it from. And the Emuna Elish looks like this. It's the 7 tablets of creation. Let me put in 7 tablets of creation. Right there, so you can get an example. That's it. This is the 7 tablets of creation right here. Wait a second. Right there. See that? 7 tablets of creation. This is where Ezra got the creation story from. Ezra was in Babylon when he compiled most of the Tanakh. And remember, he did not have the law. The law was burnt away with. So where did he get the records of a 7-day creation story if the law was burnt away with? And the Holy Ghost was entered him so he could write, which was in the beginning. But if we're going to talk historicity, he would have selected from these records to compile his text. Where that? See that? Coming back up here. To accomplish thought inspired 700,000 angels to be with Ezra and numerous scribes whom Ezra employed. And by their inspiration were the books of Ezra written and compiled. So they got this is where they got it from. Now, man was created on the 6th day, right? So if the 6th tablet talks about the 6th of man being created, there go your answer right there. If you go to the 7th tablet, it talks about man being created. Watch this. Now look. These are the 7 tablets of the history of creation. Now I said that the Bible got the 7-day creation story from the Babylonians. Ezra copied it from them. As we remember over here, it states, while not entirely written in Babylon, a significant portion of the Tanakh, Hebrew Bible, is believed to have been written during the Babylonian exile. So if Ezra is in Babylon writing a significant portion of the Tanakh, he would have been exposed to Babylonian literature. He would have been exposed to the Babylonian 7-day creation story. And guess what? This is the 7 tablets of creation. This to be the 1st day, the 2nd day. What happened on the 6th day? According to the Bible, man was created on the 6th day. So if the 6th tablet reference man being created, that's the proof in the pudding right there. So we go to the 6th day, the 6th tablet. It says, when Marduk heard the words of the gods, the Elohims, right? His heart prompted him, and he devised a cunning plan. He opened his mouth unto Ea, he spoke. That which he had conceived in his heart, he imparted unto him. My blood will I take, and my bone will I fashion. I will make man. Bam, bag drop. Now, when we go to Genesis, let's go to the Blue Letter Bible, right? Let's show where it came from. where Ezra got it from. On the 6th day, right? This is the 6th day. So Genesis 1:23, and evening and the morning were the 5th day. So the 5th day is ended. When we come to the 6th day, and it says, look, God said, let us make man. What does it say right here? In the Amuna Elish on the 6th day, I will make man. Who was making man? Marduk in the original tale. Ezra, what Ezra did, he just gave you a title, God, which would be El. He didn't give you the name Marduk, because God is a title and not a name. Just like King is a title and not a name. So if you say King David, King is the title, David is the name. So if you say God Yahweh or God Marduk, God would be the title, Yahweh would be the name. God would be the title, Marduk would be the name. So in the original account of the 7th-day creation, the God that created man was Marduk, and here is the evidence of it. See that? When Marduk heard the word of the gods. And then he stated down here, my blood will I take, and my bones will I fashion, and I will make man, that man may, what? I will create man who shall inhabit the earth. That's right there in your Genesis. God said, let us make man to have dominion over the earth. So I'm showing you where Ezra got the original account of the 7-day creation story, inspired by Luamung. All this going on after the captivity. So by the time the second temple is established, now they have the Tanakh. Now they have the laws reestablished to go with the temple. Now they could offer up their sacrifice. They could do their Passovers, because now the law has been rewritten through Ezra. And it is this rewriting of the Tanakh that we have today that comes from the time of Ezra and not from the time of Moshe, as you see here. See that? See that, Rise? So the time of Moshe is 1552, the time of the Ark of Bond. And then the actual records, the compiling that they found historicity-wise, 4th century BCE. See that? And Owaspi is backing the fact that this was written around this time. See that? So it's game over. Look at that. Look at this long-ass gap from the time of Moshe to the time of Ezra, or the time that these books was compiled. Now, when we scroll down even one, when we go to the New Testament, it's the same thing. They backdated the New Testament as well. None of the records of the time of Jesus was written during the time of Jesus. Here's the time of Jesus, just using one first day common era, 1st century common era. That's what that is, right? No written account. We don't get a written account until 50 CE with the epistles of Paul, right? Now look at this. And this is what Mally always bring up right here. You have the fall of Jerusalem in 70 CE, right? You got the Gospels. The Gospels, which are supposed to be the ones who bear witness to Jesus Christ, bearing witness damn near 70 years after he lived. But then you have the epistles of Paul before the Gospels. So all eyes is on Paul. Because like Mally would say, Paul is writing before the destruction of Jerusalem. And then it's not after the destruction of Jerusalem, we find the Gospels. We find the Acts of the Apostles. We find the general epistles, and then later on the apocryphal writings, the Revelations. All this is after the destruction. But you see Paul before and goddamn after. See that? Look at that. Look at the time of Jesus. It's just like the time of Moshe. Just like the time of Moses. The time of Moses, there's no written account until we come to Ezra. Damn near 1,400 years later. Now, when we come to Yeshua, Jesus, we don't get no account until 50 years later. And then Paul is not even writing about the Gospels. He's not even writing about, this shit is mind-boggling. Because Paul, the nigga who never met Jesus, slave master Paul, a.k.a. Saul, he's over here running around talking about a Christ he never met to all these different places. Galatians, Corinthians, all these different places he's running around talking about Paul, bad-mouthing the disciples, right? But then we don't hear about the Gospels until after the destruction of Jerusalem. And who was writing? Because these damn show, Luke, John, and shit, Matthew, there may be hard-body Hebrew names like Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah. Where them names at? What the hell is a Peter? And you know what I mean? Like, for real. But nonetheless, the Gospels are written after the fall of Jerusalem. The Gospel's supposed to have been written during this time. Where it says no written account, supposed to have been shit. The Gospel's being handed down, going through the time, coming on up to the 50s, the 70s, and the 110s, and the 100s. Look at that. So Mark, and they say the oldest Gospel is Mark. So Mark is 6870 CE. And Mark's supposed to be writing about this dude 70 years prior. So who's really writing? It gotta be Paul. It gotta be Paul, yo. And then not only that, Luamung is responsible for the goddamn New Testament too. So we showed Luamung is responsible for the Old Testament. Right? Now look at this. False God Luamung is the Holy Ghost in Christ exposed. So he's, God's book of Ezra 41:10 shows Luamung. They started the Holy Confederacy and they took on the name Son of the Holy Ghost. Right here. Let me see. And it says, and Luamung of Hepsendai, and each and every one of the three took the title Son of the Holy Ghost. These three all had been lords and were high in grade. Precept to that, 2 Ezra chapter 14:22, and send the Holy Ghost into me, and I shall write all that have been done in the world since the beginning, which were written in the law. So when it says Holy Ghost right here, because Holy Ghost is not an Old Testament term, Ruach Kadesh, but this Holy Ghost is a different word than spirit. It ain't synonymous. It got its own definition in the concordance. So Holy Ghost, and in the Oaspi shows Luamung took on the title Son of the Holy Ghost. So we exposing that Ezra was inspired by Luamung to compile these records that we have in the Bible. These backdatings. Right, so where Ezra, let me see. Okay, I got it on this one, but then it's another section where Ezra is responsible for the New Testament. So when we come back, we see the backdating going on from the time of Jesus, even from the time of Moshe, right? And it's interesting because around this time, the Herodians was in bed with the Romans. We already exposed that Paul is a goddamn Edomite based off his description that they say how he looked. And then he never met the Messiah. He had an encounter, a spiritual encounter, the same encounter that Constantine had. When Constantine had the vision, Paul had the same goddamn the same vision. And it says, Behold, Luamung and his angels hosts appeared in heaven above Constantine. The same way Christ appeared to goddamn Paul, a bright light in heaven, that was goddamn Luamung, the false Christ. Because here, Luamung had to proclaim that he was the Christ. Let's go back up. Right here. God's Book of Esdras 47. Luamung falsely announced himself the Christ. See that? Let's go to verse 3. Nevertheless, Luamung had proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. The Lord said, Now therefore Luamung was from this time forth a false god in heaven and earth. See that? He a false god. He styles himself Christ. He inspires Ezra to write to compile the Tanakh. So what I'm showing you is that Luamung is responsible for the Tanakh. Luamung is responsible for you worshiping Christ. Luamung is responsible for the New Testament. Revelations from Matthew to Revelations. That's all Louis' work. So we come back up here. When we come back to the writings, right? That's why I say Paul gotta be goddamn Louis' work. Because we don't get no writing about Jesus Christ until 70 years after his goddamn death, after Jerusalem. And who destroyed Jerusalem? The damn Romans. Who was embedded with the Romans? The Herodians. Who was goddamn Paul? An agent for Rome. Which one of you niggas is going to believe in a man who never met the Messiah, who don't look like you? You remember the description of Paul? Don't let me read it again. See that? I bet you a lot of them Hebrews ain't took the time out to historically find that they have a description of Paul. Huh? The physical appearance of Paul is described as an Edomite. Nice Forrest claimed that Paul was a little man, a crooked and almost bent like a bow with a pale countenance, long and wrinkled and a bald head. Now tell me which. Now they say the Benjamites. Now keep in mind, Paul said he a Benjamite. Now according to the 12 tribes chart, the Benjamites are the Caribbean people. Right? The Benjamites would be these people. These are the Benjamites. These are Caribbean people. Right? They go a Benjamite. According to the 12 tribe chart, all right, according to the 12 tribe chart, where Benjamin at? Then hold on, let me get a better copy. All right, what does that say? What does it say? Now they say Paul was a Benjamite. On the 12 tribe chart, they got Benjamite, and it says West Indian blacks. Here are West Indian blacks right here. These are Caribbean people, right? Copper-colored, Nazi dreadlocks. Huh? These are Caribbean people, right? That's what they're known for. When you see this, you know, okay, he's from the islands. You know, he's probably from the islands or got some descendancy from the islands, right? These are Caribbean people. But how they just describe Paul? How they just describe Paul? Does this sound like a Caribbean nigga right here? Paul was a little man with a crooked and almost bent like a bow with a pale countenance, long and wrinkled and a bald head. Does that sound like a West Indian nigga to you right there? Does that really sound like a Benjamite? In the Latin version of the Acts of Paul and Thelisa, How do you pronounce that? It is added that he had a red florid face. Red florid face. Come on now. Is that like... Y'all got to stop playing, yo. Y'all been duped. That's a red florid face. Look at that. I just copied and pasted in Google's and click images, and look what you come up with. Red florid face. There go Esau. That's Paul. A red florid face. Why ain't that come up? Hold on. Why ain't that come up when I put a red florid face? Why this ain't come up? Why this come up? That's a red florid face right there. There he is. There go Paul right there. What it say about Paul? He had what? Red florid face. That. Does that look like a Benjamite? They go to Benjamite right there. They go to Benjamite right there. You know what I mean? Dark copper color. Nazi dreadlock. Does that look like this? Huh? What they say about Paul? Red florid face. Come on now. And this is the man who you chose to believe in. These are his writings, right? In the history of the contending of St. Paul, his countenance is described as ruddy, with the rudiness of skin of pomegranate. There go pomegranate right there. See that? What's pomegranate meaning, nigga? You red. Don't they say Esau is the red man? That's pomegranate. Look at that. He red. There go pomegranate. Red florid face. Pomegranate. Red florid face. Pomegranate. What are we talking about here? Huh? And not only that, the act of St. Peter confirms, meaning, nigga, I am for sure that Paul had a bald and shining head with red hair. That's why I use this picture right here. That's Paul, the 13th apostle, the Herodian agent for Rome. You thought we was playing? When Mally brought this shit out? When Cosman brought this shit out? When Silas Shalom brought this out? Deborah Cosman brought this out. The Full Hesman brought out the fact that Paul is a goddamn Edomite working for Rome. The nigga who never met your Messiah. Huh? And he claimed to be a Benjamite. That ain't no Benjamite. This is Benjamite, right? This the Benjamites. They go to Benjamites right there. I'll be considered a Benjamite, right? I ain't got no red florid face. I ain't got no pomegranate skin. Look at that. Come on now. What we talking about here? So, coming back to the backdating, the epistles of Paul are the earliest writings we have of the New Testament. And Paul is described as an Edomite, as we just proved. And Paul, you know, I'm starting to believe, this nigga may be behind all this shit. He got more writings than he got more writings than the New Testament. Look, this nigga got 10 books. The epistles of Paul is 10 books. The gospel is only 4. The Acts of the Apostle is only 1. The general epistles is 8, and the apocrypha of the Revelations is 1. So Paul got goddamn 85% influence over the goddamn New Testament with his writings and his inspirations. What we talking about here? See that? Now, you raised the question, how was Paul mistaken for an Egyptian? You got to remember, who was ruling in Egypt during this time? You remember the Ptolemies came into Egypt during the second dynasty. During the second century BCE. The Ptolemies. Now, here go the Ptolemies. You said Paul was described as an Egyptian. So we're not talking about an ancient Egyptian. We're talking about an Egyptian of the 1st century. The Ptolemies ruled. Damn. The Ptolemies ruled during this time. Rome was ruling. How you spell Ptolemy? I'll be forgetting how to spell Ptolemy. Hopefully it'll come up. Ptolemy first. If I put Soter, that'll pop up. There we go. All right, so these are your phases of Egypt. From the 2nd century coming on down to the 1st century, they were Europeans. You remember Cleopatra's last son, Caesarion, was the last king of Egypt. Caesarion. Him. This is Caesarion. Right here. Now look, Caesarion reigned from 44 BC to roughly 30 BC. No, that's his mother reign. It's up here. Right here. From 47 BC to 30 BC. Caesarion was the last ruler of Egypt, right? And this is how he looked. He was a Ptolemy. He was a white boy. He was mixed, but he was white. These Macedonians. So when you say Paul looked like an Egyptian, it's because he was what? He was already looking like them because they were Macedonians. Macedonians are Europeans, bro. And then who came after Caesarion? Because Caesarion was the last Ptolemaic ruler of Egypt. After him came Octavian, and that's a Roman. So now Rome is ruling Egypt. So when you talk about Paul looking like an Egyptian, they were referring to the ruling class of that day, not talking about the time of Ramses. See that? So now look, 27 BC to 14. So let's go to the next rule. Let's go to the time period we're talking about right here, when the epistles of Paul was written in 50 CE. Let's see who was ruling in 50 CE. You got Tiberian. Who's after Tiberian? Caligula. Bam. Caligula. There you go. Caligula. Claudius. See that? So Claudius was from where? Claudius from August 10 BC to 54 AD. So he would have been dying around the time 4 years after the epistles of Paul was written, he died. So he would have been around. So when they say Paul looked like an Egyptian, there he is. See that? This nigga was ruling. Then after him came Nero. Now coming back, the writings of Jesus Christ was not written until 70 years after, till after the destruction of Jerusalem. So like Mally always say, we backdating history. We backdating history. Yeah, Paul was under the inspiration of a false god. I put, my conclusion is that Paul was under the inspiration of Luamung. Luamung came to Paul. You know what I mean? He the nigga like the same way he came to Constantine is the same way he came to Paul. That's why when you look at this depiction right here of Paul, is this one? Not in this one. But here's Ptolemy III, and you see the Chi in the row, the symbol of the cross, the symbol of the Christ on the coin right here. I don't know if it's in this one. It's the picture I had with Paul. And it was Peter and Paul. I forget which doc that's under. What doc that's under with Peter and Paul? Is it under the 13th apostle? Let me see. Maybe up under here. Yeah, it may be right up in here. I'm tripping. It may be right here. Yeah, there you go, right there. Bam. Look at that. See that? Look at this. The symbol of the Christ, the Chi in a row. This is the same symbol Constantine used on his cross. And this is the same symbol you see, gravestone for the boy Asalis, catacomb picture of Peter and who? Paul, with the Chi in a row symbol, the X and the P. This is the same symbol that Luomung told Constantine to put at the front of their shields. And to prove that, let me show that. So why is Paul associated with the Chi in a row, which is the symbol of the Christ? So when we go to Shield of Constantine, right? See that? There you go, right there. See that? The Shield of Constantine. Right there. See that? See that? That's the same seal you see right here. The Chi in a row, the Christ. That's the same you see on the Shield of Constantine. Again, you see it right here. Right there, the X and the P. That's the earliest form and signs of the Christ. And that's the vision of Constantine at the Battle of Milvian Bridge when he seen the Christ in the sky. See that? The next one. There you go, right there. Right there, there you go. 323, Milvian Bridge. Luomung appeared to Constantine and showed the symbol of the Chi in the row, the cross, which is the symbol of the Christ. And Luomung told Constantine to put these at the shield of your army, and you will be victorious. So this same inspiration that came 300 years later is the same inspiration that came 300 years previous to Paul. That's why I say Luomung inspired Paul. He appeared, because keep in mind, Paul never met Yeshua. According to the Owaspi, Joshua came from the Essenes, and the Essenes was a branch that came from the true Israelites who was under the inspiration of the true Yahweh. But Paul, never meeting him, never meeting the Essene Yeshua who was under the inspiration of Jehovah, never meeting him, but claimed to meet his spirit on the way to Damascus in the sky, the same way Constantine had that vision or that experience of a heavenly light. And then now you have Paul preaching that Christ, not Yeshua of Nazareth, not the historical Yeshua, but speaking of Christ being the Son of God. He's coming with a whole nother doctrine. The Nazarenes ain't speak that. Niggas wasn't the true Israelites wasn't walking around talking about Jesus is the Son of God or Yeshua is the Son of God. No. Even though Waspi state Yeshua was sent to restore the commandments of Moses. And he had a high grade. That's why he was able to do what we would consider miraculous things. But nonetheless, Paul was a goddamn agent of Luomung, an agent of Rome. And here's another picture, a coin, Vatican coin with the Chi in a row. And who do we have again? What does that say? Peter and Paul. And there you have the X and the P in the center, the Chi in a row, showing you the inspiration of Louis. That's that boy Louis. That boy Louis putting it down. So I'm showing you. And then when we come back 200 years, 300 years before Paul, 246 BCE, during the reign of the Ptolemies, you see the same symbol right here on the coin, right there, the X and the P. Right there. This shit been around for a minute. Luomung been doing his thing for a minute. See that? Keep in mind, these are massive. I told you the Ptolemies and Macedonians. The Macedonian word for Christ is cross. The word Christ right here means cross. See that? Your boy Ben did the homework. See that? Christ equal cross in the Macedonian tongue. Right there, the Macedonian word for cross is Christ. The same symbol right here, that's the Christ. This is the earliest form of the Christ before it took on an embodiment character having a fleshly body. This symbol is really the crucifixion. The P symbolizes the man and the X symbolizes the cross. It's really the symbolizer of the crucifixion as well. But that's a whole nother topic. Look at that. Cairo during the time of Constantine. So here go Constantine, and on the coin of Constantine, above, what do you see? Above the banner, you see the Chi in a row. See that? That's that goddamn Louis. And they go to serpent. Letting you know this nigga a goddamn devil. The serpent, that old dragon, the devil, that you say in your Bible, is your Lord and Savior. The Christ, the false Christ claiming to be the Most High. See that? So Christ, the false Christ inspired Constantine. And look what it states right here. Constantine was astonished at the wonderful vision, and he gazed at it until it faded away. He could not understand what it meant and was greatly troubled. But that night he dreamed that Christ, Louis, appeared to him in robes of dazzling white. Looking like the Son of Days, the Ancient of Days, bearing a cross in his hand. That Chi in that robe. And that he promised Constantine victory over his enemies if he would what? Make the cross his standard. And there you see it right here again. Once again, on the shield of Constantine's army, you see the X and the P, the symbol of conquer, the Christ. Louis! So now when we come back to the backdating, when we come back to Paul, Paul is a product of Louis. Yes, indeed. Paul is a product of Louis. Yeah. This is what's going. This is the backdating of the New Testament and the backdating of the Old Testament. Nothing in the Bible was written at the time the events took place. All of this writing, when you talk about Jeremiah, let me come back up. When you talk about the books of Jeremiah, when you talk about the books of Isaiah, the King, Samuel, Judges, all those are backdated stories. None of those stories was written down at the time that it was claimed to be written. So the same way Luamung inspired Constantine to compile records and select records and make one big hogmash is the same thing Ezra did in 450 BC with the men of the Great Assembly. They took a whole bunch of hogwash, a whole bunch of records, because even in the Owaspis said the records were so voluminous that they couldn't put head to toe on them. But they took what they could and tried to make sense with what they could make sense with. But all this is backdated to 400 BC. That's the oldest the Bible documents, scriptures, literature goes back to. Which fits the time of Ezra. See that? Even Ezra himself, within his historical account, is put at 100 BCE. Just imagine you the nigga who put this shit together at 450 BCE, but they put you in the time of Cosmon, they put your ass at 100 BCE. So even the very man who's responsible for creating the text is backdated in his own goddamn works. Imagine that. You backdated in your own works. They got Ezra at 100 BCE. That's crazy. And then, you know, when Mally brought that out, that shit was crazy. The nigga was like, yeah, nigga, the apostles, the writings of Paul come before the Gospels. Now that I see that shit on the timeline, nigga, I'm like, nigga, Paul is the motherfucker. Yo, my nigga, I got a movie in mind about Paul, boy. Woo. I'm gonna have to put this one together. I'm gonna have to draw the script out because, boy, this nigga is the baddest CIA agent for Rome on the planet. This is the hardest hitman ever. Paul was a hitman. You remember? He was persecuting niggas, torturing niggas, bounding niggas. You think he wasn't murdering niggas? If you were just fucking with niggas and, you know, locking niggas up like police do, you wouldn't want to necessarily murder a man. You know, if you see a cop that locked you up and you see him off duty, you ain't gonna want to murder him. You gonna be like, yeah, you know, whatever. But the Jews wanted to kill Paul. In order for them to want to kill Paul, he had to have been taking lives. Paul had to have been taking heads. He had to have been murdering shit. He had to have been laying the murder game down in order for Jews to say, yo, we gonna murk this nigga after we see him or when we cross paths with this dude. So what happened to those Jews? I want to know the Jews that wanted to kill Paul, right? The Jews that wanted to kill Paul. I want to hear the discussion between them niggas and James. I want to hear the discussion between the niggas who wanted to kill Paul and James. What that conversation was like. Because the niggas who wanted to kill Paul was zealots. Them niggas wasn't playing no game. They was with the bullshit. They was with it. So the New Testament is more interesting because it's like, yo, this nigga Paul is writing in 50 CE. When did the let me see something real quick. Old date. 50 CE, this nigga Paul out here laying it down. I'll come back to that. Yeah. Yo, I'm gonna open up the line. Anybody want to hop on for a hot second? You know what I mean? Drop a one in the chat. You know how we do. You know how we do. It's a blood clot vibes. Let me drop that one in the chat. Showing how the history is backdated. Give me a one in the chat if y'all getting this understanding, family. Give me a one in the chat if y'all getting this understanding. We showing and proving how the history of the Bible from Old to New Testament has been backdated. that Chicago two-step right there, boy. We put that Chicago two-step on it. It's blood vibes. Yeah, man, we just tapped in, you know what I mean? Talking about how the Bible is backdated. You know what I mean? So everything is backdated. You know what I mean? Everything is backdated. The Owaspi, backdated. You know what I'm saying? At least the Owaspi say, yo, these come from the records, the libraries within the heavens. Interesting. Same way you have truth and lie on the libraries on earth, same way you have them in heaven. You gotta distinguish and know what's what. Dig? It's a blood clot vibes. Yeah, we just vibing out, family. We just vibing out. It's a brother by the name of Shan on Facebook, man. Brother Shan. I don't know if he chimed in or not. You got a brother named Shan. He make the shirts, man. You know what I mean? I don't know if you on Facebook. You know what I mean? Holla at me. Or Brother Shan listening. You got somebody interested in one of the shirts, beloved. Somebody spread the word. Get the word out to Shan. Like, yo, son, tap in. You know what I mean? Yo, what's the word, yo? What's the vibe, son? What's the vibes? It's a blood clot vibes, Kizzy. What it say? Yeah, we over here just going in on the Bible being backdated. So nothing we got is out of the time period that they say it is. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Lion of Judah rap. The penile gland holds the power. They plan to crucify me at the 9th hour. Charges against me, attempts to arrest me. Apostate Jews, Pharisees, and Sadducees. I spoke parables to the multitude at Galilee. Paint pictures with parables that'll fill up a gallery. Zealous Jews, killers on a salary. Jealous, they confused, heart and burning like calories. Restore the blind, raise the dead from the coffin, bruh. But my command make angels sing like an orchestra. The scribes took note, saying I'm a sorcerer. Reports above my head, flying sorcerers. Ascending and descending lights from the Etherian heights. 9th hour daytime turn to midnight. The ground started vibrating hard as the temples and synagogues are destroyed by God. The children of God can make God.
That Lion of Judah rap, son. You know what I mean? That's that Lion of Judah rap, son. What's the word, yo? Yeah, that joint nasty, son. You know what I mean? Hitting them niggas with that flying sorcerer seat. You know what I mean? You had some issue on your mind, yo. You know your boy nasty with it, man. Let me tell you, if I get back just focused on music, nigga, the shit I don't produce right now, son. You know what I mean? I got mad unreleased music I need to release though. I'm about to release a lot of unreleased music. I got shit I'm like, yo, damn nigga, you been sitting on that what? Damn nigga, that shit hard. Yeah, yo, Bronze, I got to trust me, Bronze, yo, trust. Matter of fact, I'm about to put out this third album. You know, I got the first 2 albums out. You know what I mean? It Gets No Realer in the Hugh Animal Kingdom. I wonder if that's still on DistroKid. Let me see something. Let me see what I'll go out if I'm gonna pull up this Rise. Man. Oh, hold up. There we go. Inside the Hugh Animal. Yeah, yo. Time for some new music, you know what I mean? You got that. Yeah, got the Hugh Animal Kingdom right there, son. Let me see. There we go. There go right there, son. There go the second album right there, son. The Hugh Animal Kingdom. Your boy Reality Black Raw Family, you know what I mean? You can listen to it on Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, iHeartRadio. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can pull up the other album. I'm going to just drop that link in the chat. There go the link right there in the chat. Y'all want to check out some banging ass hip hop? You know what I mean? Let me see what we have here. Then we got, let me see if I can pull up the other joint. Doo-doo. Hey. Yes, sirski. And it's the first album right here. Let me share it with y'all right quick. You know what I mean? That's the first album right there. It Gets No Realer. You know what I mean? There go the cuts right there. There's 10 cuts on the joint. You can check it out. There go your boy Reality. There he is. Boom. And look how I did it. I did the letters. It Gets No Realer, like, you know what I mean? Like Arabic, kind of with it, like a little Arabic joint. You know what I mean? There go your boy sitting on my all Black War family-ish. You know what I'm saying? That's just how the God be doing. It Gets No Realer. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to drop a link in the chat for that. Y'all can vibe to that. You know what I mean? About to get back on this music tip. So I got 2 albums out online. I'm about to drop the third one. It's already done. This shit been sitting. I just got to put it out. I just ain't got time to put it out. But I'm about to find time to put it out. Because I'm tired of sitting on shit. You know what I mean? Gotta let this shit out. So I'm about to drop a single for this next one. I don't know a single yet. I got a couple bangers on this joint. But some of my shit, hip hop, that authentic boom, bap, original rap. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I come from that era. And Mobb Deep and Wu-Tang era and that. Locks and that. Boot Camp. Smith & Wesson. You know what I'm saying? J. Rue the Damager and the Beat Nuts and all that. What y'all know about the Beat Nuts? Psycho Les and Juju. That's that real hip-hop-ish. 8-Ball and MJG. You know what I'm saying? That first coming out hard album. Yeah, bro. Outkast, Goody Mob first shit. Hip-hop. The nigga Cujo Goody just dropped some shit. That shit pretty dope. I shared it on my Instagram. Y'all can also follow me on Instagram at Sila Shalom TV. On the Insta. You know what I mean? You already know Yoga era was slapping. Slapping, gun clapping. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Let me play that lyrical exercise. Let me see if I still got that lyrical exercise, yo. When I was spitting bars, son. So, you know what I mean? We drop knowledge. Then we come back talking about rap. You know what I mean? We do this, son. Y'all see how Lord Jamal getting beat up right now with the Flat Earth joint? With that one cat, I forget his name. Got Lord Jamal out here looking foolish. Him and Billy Carson. I'll let you know these niggas ain't used to pressure and how to deal with that environment. You know what I mean? That let us know that Creative Gang is built for this shit because we've been under pressure, tested, tried, and approved. Do-do, do-do, do-do. Hold up. Let me see if I can find that lyrical exercise, yo. I hope that shit play. Sometimes, there you go. Boom! There he is. There go your boy right there. There he is. That right there. You hear? See that joint? You want to hear some lyrics? Yo, Bron, you want to hear some bars? Want to hear some bars on that lyrical exercise? Hold up. Let me reshare the screen so I can play it. You want to hear some bars, yo? You want to hear some bars, yo? You want to hear some bars, son?
Lyrical exercise. I move at a rapid pace, undetected by any sophisticated instrument to measure time and space. My mind process time faster than the speed of light and sound combined, even when both intertwined, like the double helix DNA line. I'm light years ahead of this vortexian paradigm. I blow the mechanic, high grade organic, smoke weed, give it the advantage to work my mental mechanics. If I go into overload, it cause sufficient damage. You see steam rising like stream clouding the planet. If I touch my peak, I'll self-destruct volcanic. Cause whirling panic attacks like freezing dynamic. I'm a technician, got high-tech ammunition in hand. Telegraphic wave aim, incinerate your body to sand. Fluorescent lights illuminate your penile gland. Activate hidden cells, make you go see now, man. Increase mental telepathy with potions and remedies. Push it to the extremities with metaphors and similes. Practice the art of a patriarch. Uphold my matriarch, so the legacy can never stop. I'm hip-hop to my flesh rock. My flows are unorthodox. My punchline knock out cops. TKO, technically you'll get put in the box. Kill snakes, murder rats, cut the tail of a fox. The desert eagle strong as an ox. Echoes the block, vibrate, buildings rock, tumble, crumble, and drop. Like the wars of Jericho, you know the scenario. Blow the holes right through your stereo. I got the hottest material. I'm royal imperial. Prepare for your soundboy burial. I program to go ham. Point blank range when aim bang. Before you could duck and scram, you be stuck like a buck jam by a Dodge Ram. Killer bat for me, go with his own horns by my own hands. Like Conan, my heart is ice cold frozen. Many towels get thrown in with using that Greco-Roman. Wrestling, I'm condoning on the ground, I leave you moaning. Out the mouth foaming, like you having convulsions. I fear no evil, take the bones of dead people, stack them up, build a cathedral like if the time is medieval. Taking it back to them dark days of Europe, them dark ages when them Caucasians were sipping blood like syrup. Frightening, illuminate the sky, lightning. Got the pull of a bullhorns on my head like Vikings, coming for the taking. I bring plagues in every station, cause DNA mutilation through genetic mutation. Use my manipulation, my control concentration. My frequency, your thought to control population. Got germ warfare to wipe out a nation. Took out a nation's army without even invading. Put you to sleep like a Hamlet. My thought process is aerodynamic aviation. High off the planet, clashing with the Titans. Ended up sinking the Titanic from high above. Watching hundreds going down in panic. Within less than a minute, vanished. There's nothing to see here. Took a 10-ton object and salvaged it in a thin air. Practice the black arts, the black magic that you fear. With the faith of a mustard seed, I kill you with the stern stare. Like the men who stare at ghosts, I can use remote viewing and control you like a remote. My thoughts are catapult faster than a lightning bolt, spiraling like a somersault, coming out of heaven's fold. The impact can hit the earth, the result of a polygon or Abaddon. Destruction that'll turn the earth into a voidless form. Now you've been born, take cover or suffer, ignite a pipe bomb in your muffler, detonate and blow away the car structure. And that's the real motherfucker. Lyrical exercise. Leave you lyrically mesmerized.
Bars, nigga. Hell y'all niggas talking about? What we really talking about here, man? Bars, nigga. I ain't playing with these niggas when I got them say I spit bars, nigga. I ain't playing around. Your lyrics hit different. Yeah, man, I'm from that era. I told you, I'm from that era of real lyricism. I'm the niggas they be like, nah, don't put him in the game. He too nice. He gonna fuck the game up if we let niggas like him in. You know what I mean? I'm one of them niggas. Play that You'll Never Be Alone. You talking about the one talking about the miscarriage song, son? You talking about that one? This nigga Bronze on some old You'll Never Be Alone. Yeah, man. You talk about that, Bronze? The one with Shorty singing on the hook? Talking about having a miscarriage? You talking about that joint? I need to do a video for that joint, man. Cause that shit is a song. That shit is a story. So when niggas see the storyline play out, this is gonna be like, yo, yeah, that joint hard, nigga. You stupid. All right, let me see if I can find that, man. It's a song I wrote where my wife had a miscarriage. You know what I mean? I wrote a song about the joint. And that's what Bronze Joe talking about. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I went right to it, too. Beat hard, too. Woo! We'll go hard if that motherfucker extra, too. That beat go hard, too. That shit jazzy as hell. That's my wife singing on the hook, too, and shit. That's the wife singing on the hook. We did this shit right here in the house. All right, Bronze, I got you. I'm going to play it. This for Bronze Joes, man. Music request from Bronze Joes. You know what I mean? We could drop the knowledge, beat niggas up in the head with the knowledge, then go to some music, vibe on some music, and then come back to the knowledge and beat niggas up some more. This on the second album, You'll Never Be Alone. Run it. That's what you want to hear, Bronze?
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Through death, the spirit's born.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
It was a healthy conception, no question. Started investing for my adolescent. Went through a booking name for suggestions. Spoke to pastor, made some confessions. Ready to father the seed that I planted. Prepared full clothed in a shelter 9 months in advancement. My mind anticipating I can't sit. My old lady starting to feel sick. First signs that the seed is settling. So small, so delicate in the fetus development. Now everything around me's irrelevant. Focused on my unborn, being benevolent. It's been a month and a half, I'm slowly counting the math. Due date, I'ma be there with doctors on staff. Saying push, baby, push. I can't wait to that day in the delivery room. Watching my unborn, my newborn face.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Through death, the spirit's born.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Now everybody's starting to know, but it's quite obvious because my shorty's starting to show. Which means our little seed is starting to grow, while at the same time it's wintertime and it's starting to snow. Now that she's pregnant, I answer her every demand, because I know she need assistance, need every demand. She have mood swings, food cravings for all sorts of things. I guess she feeding for two, nah I mean. She planned the date an hour for the baby shower. Things looking sweet, not sour, warm the heart with flowers. Now the time is getting closer, her belly hanging over. Hard for her to sit on the sofa. 6 months, 7 months, everything looking fine. 8 months, 9 months, she coming on down the line. Started having back pains in the lower spine. Jumped in the car, went to the hospital, cause it could be time.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Through death, the spirit's born.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Now I'm driving faster than a motorboat, and all I keep hearing saying is that a water broke. Driving through red lights while watching for Popo, and let my shorty know we got a little more to go. She complaining of birth pains and shortness of breath, trying to contain my sanity, whatever I got left. We arrive, I tell them assistance is needed outside. Paramedics and medics bring my shorty inside. I notice blood on the passenger side, tears running down her eyes. What an unexpected surprise. Early delivery got me feeling shivery. The urgency of an emergency keep filling me. 30% survival rate, are you kidding me? Damn near pulled out my gun like, really? I felt embarrassed holding an empty baby carriage just to find out that my shorty had a miscarriage.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long past and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Through death, the spirit's born.
You never be alone.
Always remembered in this song.
You never be alone.
Although you've been long
True
past
story.
and gone,
You never be alone.
your memories will live on.
You never be alone.
Through death, the spirit's born.
True story. True mother effing story, families. Yeah, I be painting the pictures, my nigga. Let me put a video to that motherfucker. Let me put some visuals behind that motherfucker. I'm gonna have motherfuckers in tears behind that one if I do a video behind that joint right there. Trust me. And I've been meaning to do one for that for a minute, yo. It's funny you bring that song up, yo. I'm gonna do a video for that for a minute. But yeah, son, you know how we do. Like I say, the Bible is backdated. You know what I mean? Nothing is written during the time they say it was written. The time of Moses is backdated to 400 BC. The time of Yahshua's story, that's supposed to have been his life story, is backdated to 70 AD, 70 CE, Common Era. The epistle Paul is writing in 50 CE. Now I see what Mally is talking about. This nigga Paul is writing before the motherfucking apostles is writing. How is that? How is Paul writing before the disciples? Or I should say, how is the records of Paul, historically is coming before the writings of the niggas who walk with Jesus. How is that possible? The earliest gospel is Mark, 68 to 70 CE, but Paul writing in the 50s. I see what you're saying, Malik. It make goddamn sense when you put that shit on the timeline and see it. You know what I mean? Yes, Bishop, you don't know the vibes, yo. You know the spiritual vibes. You have spiritual daughters are on this rise. And she had like 3 of them joints too, by the way. Good music is good music. Exactly. It's timeless, bro. That's facts. You know what I mean? Niggas ain't playing by these new rules and none of that shit. Niggas is making timeless music, period. Niggas still playing shit from the 70s, you know what I mean? Because it's up until like, I say the late 90s is when that shit got saturated with fake music. No more. Oh, we got the big homie Malachi Maccabee in the building. Peace to the righteous God. What's good, King?
Man, peace to the righteous God. CGG in the building, man. Gang. Y'all know how we do. What's the word, big brother? Talk to me.
Yo, let me tell you something, my nigga. All that time you were talking about Paul wrote before, I was visualizing that shit. I was seeing it.
Yeah.
When I put that motherfucker on that timeline, King.
Yeah.
That's what Mally was talking about.
Yeah. That's major.
That's what Mally was talking about. How was that possible? Elaborate, my lord.
Yeah. So look, when you trip off the biblical timeline, you got Yeshua dying around 30 of the Common Era. Some say 29, some say 27. And if Paul is not writing into the 50s, on into the 60s, right? Then Paul is writing about a man that he never met. He never met this man. Now, the ones that rolled with him ain't writing nothing until after the fall of Jerusalem. And trip off this. What they supposedly are writing is in Greek. It's in Greek.
I ain't even touching the language.
Yeah, them brothers were called uneducated. They didn't, even if you know a few Greek words, to compose literature in Greek takes a certain type of education. You got to be educated in Homer and, you know what I mean, Euripides and all types of different, you know what I mean, Greek philosophers and all that, in order for you to compose any type of Greek literature. The Gospels are, that's Greek literature. It's composed in Greek, but it's about the history of Judea. It's about the history of Jerusalem and all that, you know what I mean? Now, at that same time, though, the Gospels and all that's coming out, there's another record of the history of Judea being published as well in the same tongue. All right, and that's the works of Flavius Josephus. He writes the War of the Jews, but guess when that comes out? That comes out between 70 and 75 of the Common Era. It's in Greek. It's coming from Rome, and they come out the same time the Gospel of Mark come out. Damn. Okay. Well, then the next group of workings that Josephus came out with in Greek about the history of the Bible or Judea is the Antiquity of the Jews. And that was written 20 years later in the 90s, 90 CE. You know what I mean? Around the same time as the Gospel of John. And
Let me interject. So when did Paul die?
They say around 68 or something like that. But you really don't know. The Bible don't tell you when he died. You know what I mean? He look, trip off this. The last you heard of Paul, he got into a shipwreck on the island of Malta. A damn scorpion tried to launch on his arm and bit him and all that. And you really don't hear nothing else about him, biblically speaking. They got tradition saying he was beheaded and all that, but in Bible, it ain't. The nigga just basically rides off into the sunset.
So he would have been around during Josephus.
Absolutely. Josephus writes about a Saul that's an Herodian that causes all type of havoc. You know what I mean? Who's cool with the high priest, who's cool with the, you know what I mean? That's related to the king, and he caused all type of havoc. You know what I mean? In Jerusalem. Josephus write about a nigga named Saul, but he's of Herodian descent. Yeah, bro. All you gotta do is
you think Josephus could fucking be Paul, yo?
It's very possible. The nigga could be Josephus fuck around and be the whole ghostwriter of the Bible. He fuck around be him and his literary team. You know what I mean? Because who else is writing this shit? Like, who else got the education? And then Paul, I heard the brother, I think his name Bishop X was in the chat. He was saying that Paul, according to the Bible, was trained up under Gamaliel in Jerusalem. You know what I mean? But trip off this. They weren't teaching Greek composition of Greek literature. Them brothers was the educated brothers was reading, speaking, and writing in Aramaic. That's what it was. It wasn't in they wasn't writing their histories in Greek. Paul's whole corpus of work is in Greek. So his training, which makes sense because when he say Jesus blinded them on the road to Damascus, he claims Jesus was quoting a Greek parable. Kicking against the pricks. That's Greek.
Yep.
That goes back to Euripides and Homer and all them. You know what I mean?
He threw it in there.
So you saying this first century messianic Judean Messiah, who you never met in the flesh, right, appeared to you quoting some Greek playwrights. Come on, bro. Like that Christianity and even a lot of messianic Hebrew Israelite isms is based off Paul's understanding of a man that he never met.
Oh man.
Let that sink in. And then once you understand that, then you can identify who Paul really got a problem with. Because in Paul's time, who else got the authority to go forward and teach what you call the gospel? The Yeshua's apostles. Okay. You know what I mean? So nigga, James and them, Simon and them, you know, they the ones got the authority. So when Paul I didn't get my revelation or my mission to teach from a man. There's only one group of men that could have gave you any type of authority or understanding about this man. You know what I mean? His brothers and them, his disciples, those that met him, hugged him, ate with him, cried with him. You know what I mean? Sat at his feet and learned all that wise wisdom. Those are the only men who could have taught you about this man you never met. So when you say, you know, anybody bring a different gospel than what I'm bringing, count them cursed. Well, there's only one group of men bringing the gospel during your time, nigga. Who you got a problem with? You dig? And then he goes into Galatians 2. He started name dropping.
So now like, all this is in the epistles of Paul.
Man, bro, Paul, the beautiful thing about what I'm saying is, nigga, all you gotta do is go read Paul's letters.
That tell on itself.
The nigga tell you exactly where he at with it.
Facts.
He don't care nothing about James and them. James is Yeshua's biological brother. But niggas that don't know. You know what I mean? He don't care nothing about Peter, James, Barnabas, John. Nigga, he throwing everybody up under the bus. He called them niggas hypocrites, all types of shit.
So technically, the epistles of Paul is more important than the fucking gospels.
Man, bro.
Because that's the historicity of the conflict between him and the brothers. Exactly,
bro. And if you really think about it, who influences who? Do the gospels influence Paul? Does he ever quote the gospels? No. They weren't out. They weren't out. Paul's letters were already out. And bro, look, bro, pull up the Huff Post, the chronological New Testament.
Man,
Huff Post, HUFFPOST. Nigga, they gonna give you that.
How you spell it again?
Type in
Huff. Huff Post.
Yeah, Huff Post, HUFF Post. And you looking for a chronological New Testament. They gonna give you the whole rundown. The whole rundown, bro. You like, damn, this nigga was straight like, yeah. Then so when you said earlier that the entire Bible being backdated, Selah Shalom is that those are full facts. That's absolutely 1,000% correct.
Man, this shit spooky, son.
You know what I mean? And we got another book we about to drop too about the backdating of the scriptures. I got the rough draft done already, bro. Straight up. I've been working. I've been behind the scenes working, bro. We look, CGG got another. Look, I got a book I'm finna drop this week anyway, dealing about You know what I mean? But I'm talking about, nigga, the rough draft for this book we write now. It's called Sacred Lies, the diabolical backdating of the Holy Scriptures, bro. Nigga, I got the rough draft done already, bro. Listen to me. It's all over but the shouting.
That shit about to be nasty. Is this
so-
what you talking about?
Yeah, HuffPost. So type in, go back up there where you type HuffPost, type in HuffPost, and then type in next to it a chronological New Testament. Chronological New Testament. And bro, click on it. We gonna get the people the whole game right here. That's the game right here. So if you got the oldest Old Testament book that don't go back to 400 BCE, then whatever you got ain't from Moses, ain't from Jeremiah, ain't from Isaiah, ain't from Ezekiel, ain't from none of them.
This it right here.
That's it right there, bro. Now look.
What I gotta do?
Now look, zoom. What is that? If you can get that out the way, and I zoom all the way in. You see them letters up the top is going vertical. Bow. Now look at that, bro. This is look. First Thessalonians to the far left. You see that?
Okay. So what are we looking?
So this is what we're looking at. We're looking at the order in which the New Testament was written. Look what's first. The first New Testament literature that ever was written was not Matthew. It was First Thessalonians. Thessalonians. Paul.
Oh, wow.
Saul of Tarsus.
So we don't get Mark until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 books after.
Seven of Paul's letters.
Wow. And then for Mark, you get 2 more Paul letters.
Man, bro.
And then Matthew.
Yep. And then Hebrew. Some say that's Paul, some say not. Then John, then Ephesians, Paul again. You got Revelation, Jude, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, Luke, Paul's boy. Acts, written by Luke, Paul's boy again. 2 Thessalonians, Paul. 1 Peter, that's supposedly Peter. 1 Timothy, 2 Timothy, and Titus is all Paul.
Damn.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Damn.
Look at that. And notice that Revelation is not the last book of the New Testament. 2 Peter is.
That's crazy.
Nigga, we not playing no games. We not playing no games.
I
Like, bro,
this stuff too.
Yeah, now look, scroll down because the body of this article is gonna give it all away. Make sure you say this article, C-Lot. Listen to me. It's so many daggers in this one, boy. It's ridiculous. Knows what it says. It said chronological New Testament is different from and yet the same as the New Testament familiar to Christians. It contains the same 27 documents, but sequences them in the chronological order in which they were what? Written.
Wow, that's crazy.
Written.
So Paul got to be the nigga behind this shit.
Paul is influencing the Gospels, not the other way around. So whenever you read in the Gospel something that sounds pro-Paul, that's because they're inspired by Paul. Paul is writing before the Gospel. Right. Before the Gospel writers. Paul is writing. Look at it. It say, the familiar New Testament begins with the Gospels and concludes with Revelation for obvious reasons. Jesus is the central figure of Christianity, and so the New Testament begins with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Revelation is about the last things and the second coming of Jesus. So it makes sense that it comes at the end. Revelation and the Gospels function as bookends for the New Testament. Everything else comes between. Acts, 13 letters attributed to Paul and 8 attributed to other early Christian figures. Let's keep scrolling. Now watch this. A chronological New Testament sequences the documents very differently. Its order is based on contemporary, mainstream, biblical scholarship. What they talking about, C-Lot? Boy, we go to work. The hell they talking about? We ain't playing like we just be talking out the side of our neck when we pop out. Huh? CGG go to work. Look at this. Though there is uncertainty about dating some of the documents, there is a scholarly consensus about the basic framework. Look at this. The New Testament begins with who? 7 letters attributed to Saul, Paul of Tarsus, all from the 50s. If Jesus died in the 30s, how was Paul writing about a man he never met? Before the men who met him, before the men who are ordained by him to teach. Paul is writing about a figure that he never met who died, y'all, 2 decades earlier. Look at this. The first gospel, that's like one of us writing a personal, a whole bunch of letters about Martin Luther King as if we met the nigga. You know, come on, bro. You ain't never met this man. How's you write anything about him?
His spirit came to me.
His spirit came to me, and then you look, and years later, everybody take it and run with it.
Imagine that.
And say, you know, hey man, you know, the brother Selah Shalom, nigga said Martin Luther King, brother, you know what I mean, was 6'5", and you know what I mean, nigga was a bodybuilder. Everybody got to go and take it and run with it because Selah Shalom said it, even though Selah Shalom never met MLK.
That's crazy.
Even though MLK died 50, 60 some years earlier. You see that? Look at this. It's attributed to Paul from the 50s. The first gospel is Mark, not Matthew, written around 70. See that? That's the fall of Jerusalem. Revelation, y'all, is not last, but almost in the middle. Written when? In the 90s. Now, that's written during the same time as Antiquity of the Jews against Apion and Josephus's biography called his Vita. All those was written in the 90s. Same time as Revelation, and it's all written in Greek. Who the hell got the Greek? Who got Greek education enough to compose literature in Greek? Like some of us, about this example, some of us may know a few Hebrew words, shalom, shalom aleichem, yom tov, whatever. But ain't now one of us composing whole books in Hebrew.
Right. Fact.
We ain't none of us conjugating verbs.
Fact.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's major. If you got literature, it's been composed in a certain language, well, that takes a certain type of education to compose it. And if that education wasn't being taught in first century Judea, who the hell is writing this shit about them then? Look at this. Revelation is not last, but almost in the middle, written in the 90s. 12 documents follow the last book of your Bible. 12 documents follow Revelation, with 2 Peter the last. Look at this, y'all. Written as late as near the middle of who, Selah?
The 2nd century.
Come on, bro. Well, that means Peter didn't write that either, because if Peter died around the late 60s, how in the hell is he writing something that was written in the mid 150 CE?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Come on, bro. Crazy. Niggas don't even know that. So then you be like, well, Peter was vouching for Paul. What you talking about in 2 Peter? 2 Peter didn't even write that. Peter didn't even write 2 Peter. It was written during the 2nd century. All of them lived in the 1st century, supposedly. A chronological New Testament is not only about sequence, but also about chronological context. The context in time, the historical context in which each document was written. Words have their meaning within their temporal context in the New Testament and the Bible as a whole. Seeing and reading the New Testament in chronological sequence matters for historical reasons. Listen to this. It illuminates Christian origins. Much becomes apparent. Beginning with 7 of Paul's letters illustrates that there were vibrant Christian communities spread throughout the Roman Empire before there were written gospels.
Body blow.
Body blow, Art. Body blow.
Good night.
Body blow. Wasn't no gospels. Gospels come around later in Greek after the fall of Jerusalem.
And this validates goddamn Owaspi talking about Christians.
Yeah.
Without being followers of Christ.
Yeah. Exactly. Look at this. Placing the gospels after Paul makes it clear that as written documents, they are not. The gospels are not the source of early Christianity, but its product. Bag
Body
drop,
blow.
boy.
Good night.
There it is.
Good night.
There it is. There it is. You know what I mean? Dang. The gospel, the good news of and about Jesus, existed before the gospels. They are the products of early Christian communities several decades after Jesus' historical life, and tell us how these communities saw his significance in their historical context. I just wanted to show that, though, Selah. Let's let it be known.
Yes.
Like, look, everything the brother said earlier is full fact. Full
This
fact.
is the order right here.
That's the order right there, bro.
Is there a book, the New Testament, you can buy in this order right here?
Yeah, they got them. I think they got them. They sell them on Amazon. Just look for chronological New Testament.
Okay.
And I think they actually sell them like that in order.
Damn,
like that.
Look at that. They got Revelation in the middle. They got 1 Thessalonians as the first book.
Yeah. Revelations ain't even the last. 2 Peter is the last.
Damn. So now niggas gonna be looking to read 2 Peter like it's Revelations and shit. Let me see if any apocalyptic shit going on in 2 Peter.
It is. That's the crazy part about it. It is. It's about the heavens pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Yeah.
Hold up, my nigga. Let me go to 2 Peter real quick.
2 Peter 3, start around verse 8. You'll see it. Read on down. And then when you get down to 15, this Peter starts talking about Paul. And it's like, well, this can't be Peter that ruled with Yahshua if this was written in the 2nd century.
So hold up.
So what
Peter
they
in the
do?
New Testament, right?
Yeah, Peter in the New Testament. Yeah.
So what's it? You got Peter 1 and 2. Which one is it?
2 Peter 3. 2 Peter 3. If you start around verse 10, like 8 through 10, around 8, 9, or 10, you'll start seeing he talking about
the coming day of the Lord.
Yeah.
And this is the last book of what we. Wow, 2 Peter 2, and they got the coming day.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh man, don't say nigga, you about to open up another can of food, bro. God damn, man. The coming day of the Lord. This is Revelations.
They're supposed to be.
Second coming.
It's supposed to be the last book. What is we even talking about? What is we even talking about?
Crazy.
The whole Bible is backdated. It's written as if it was in a certain time, but the time period had already passed. You know what I mean? Same with Moses. Moses ain't write Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Wasn't no written records by the time we was up in Babylon and all that. You see what I'm saying? They tell you in Ezra, the 2nd Ezra 14, the law, the Torah, the prophets, the Tanakh is they ain't got that.
That shit, this is man.
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Man. I see how these motherfucking Christians and these scholars be like bumping their head like, damn, especially if they Christians. I know they like stop kicking themselves in the ass because like you can't stand on this shit.
Nah, you can't not left. I'm saying that's why they steer clear of us. They still clear of us because man, until you can be real with yourself, then you're gonna forever keep bumping your head. Forever. It ain't no way around it. You know what I mean? Once you get into the compiling of it, you're gonna see it. You're gonna say, dang, that's crazy. What the hell is really going on here? You know what I mean? So that means y'all, even prophecies that you running around here claiming were written down before they happened, those were even written down after the fact. Even your prophecies. Your prophets weren't written down to no later than 400 BC. So what prophecies of Jeremiah do you got? What prophecies of Ezekiel you got? What prophecies of Daniel you got? None of them were compiled or written until between 400 and 200 BCE.
Oh man, niggas over here backdating prophecies and shit.
Yeah. So any prophecy that you read, like, bro, that was written down and then it happened, you know what I mean, exactly to the day 70 years later, bro. None of these things were even compiled. You wouldn't be able to read none of it.
That's ugly, bro. This
until
is nasty
after
work.
Until Ezra and all that. You know what I mean? So
this is nasty work.
It's real, boy. It's real.
And look what it say: new heaven and earth.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? In 2 Peter's, which would have been the last book. So you said from around 8?
Yeah, start around verse 8. And then you start seeing 1,000 years is as one day and all that. But by the time you get down to verse 10 and all that, boy, you're going to see it. Man, they're talking about the elements melting with fervent heat, the heavens passing away with a great noise. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's that shit, okay. But beloved, be not ignorant. This is 2 Peter 3:8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men
count slackness, right?
Count slackness, but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. A new heaven and earth. Wow.
Come on.
But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
Fervent heat, boy. You ain't never felt no heat like that, boy. That's why some of them call that the nuclear fallout. Russia launching nuclear missiles from their silos.
Oh, so this is the verse that they talk about when they talk about nuclear.
Some brews try to say that this is about the prophecy about nuclear warfare preceding the coming kingdom of God. Because what else would melt elements? You know what I mean? And the heavens passing away with a great noise, some type of sonic boom. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. So this ain't reading, and then as you keep reading, you get on down to 15, 16, 17, you'll see that whoever this guy is brings up Paul. He brings Paul up, calls him his beloved brother and all that. You know what I mean? And this is like, oh my God. And then call Paul's letter scripture. That's the dead giveaway. Paul's letter in the first century, the only scripture was the Tanakh. There wasn't no letters a nigga was writing.
Thanks.
So that gives it away.
Damn.
You know what I mean? Yeah, bro.
Seeing that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought yet to be in all holy conversation and godliness?
He said these things are going to be dissolved.
Oh, sheesh.
Nigga, good night. Dissolved. Sheesh. You ever drop the Alka-Seltzer in some water? You know what dissolved it is, boy.
That sounds like the fall of Aja to a degree and shit.
It does.
You know? But that's, they don't know that. But now, looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of God.
Knows what it says. See, like I said, hasting. So that's why you hear a lot of bros say they can't wait till the nuclear war kick off. They're hurrying. They want to hasten the day this happens. Because the faster all hell breaks loose, is the faster that the brews get their kingdom, the New Jerusalem.
Right.
So they hasten. They figure that's a righteous spirit, nigga. I can't wait for Russia launch these nuclear missiles out these silos.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then they believe simultaneously as America is being bombed, or Babylon is being bombed, that they're gonna be delivered by the chariots.
Chariots, right.
There you go.
That's crazy,
yes,
bro.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
Whoa.
Yo, okay.
And all this supposed to be preceding the New Jerusalem that you read about in Revelation. That's what's supposed to happen. So that's why a lot of the Messianic Israelites believe in a nuclear holocaust. And you hear them say, you hear the bros say all the time, matter of fact, Israelite for life, just to let everybody know. We just addressing behavior and all that. But you hear brothers say, man, hopefully this is the year we get out of here. Hopefully this is the year that the Most High raise up Russia and Iran and launch nuclear warfare on America, the United States, aka Babylon, and we can get the hell up out of here, man.
Yeah, I heard them niggas say that. I heard Zabak say that shit.
Ain't that some shit, bro? Like, bro, your only deliverance is through some bloodshed and some thermonuclear warfare.
And then, not only that, you niggas gonna get hurtled into a hell knot thinking you're gonna get delivered.
That's what I'm saying. Where you gonna be at, buddy, when these bombs start dropping? The fuck?
I'm gonna be over in the hell knot. Where you gonna be? These niggas thinking they gonna escape with the Lord, nigga. You escaping into a hell knot, nigga. What you mean? When that bomb drop, you gonna go right into a vortex, into a hell knot, nigga. Spinning in circles. But nah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that shit deep, man. The deception run deep. Because if you're talking about dropping a nuclear bomb, you're talking about that's one that's a strategic move on the false god, because that's one swoop taken in within a couple of 100,000 souls at one go. That's one hell of a harvest.
Yeah, man.
And if you think you're gonna be escaping out of that harvest, like you better drift off somewhere else and not be whirled into this vortex, going to this hell now with the rest of these souls, nigga, you done lost your mind.
And bro, and then not only that, you're claiming that this is the creator who you call the most high that's doing this.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so we got to be real with ourselves, man. The Godspell is real. Free yourselves. Free yourselves, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You got the time.
None of this character is none of this behavior is conducive to the character of the creator of suns, moons, and stars. None of it.
Mm-hmm.
None of it. You know what I mean? So no, the brother's absolutely right. I just want to pop on and tell you this, I heard you talking about the Baghdad. I said, shit, he right. Now go name a book. Well, you can lick your fingers and flip to any book in the Bible. It's been backdated.
Let me show the chart real quick. Let me show that chart real quick. Hold up. Let me show that chart I showed.
See, like when you get a chance, pull up the definition of backdate. To backdate something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
You can understand what's really happening here. You dig? A lot of this stuff is written down way after the fact. As if, but it tell you in the Bible, these are eyewitnesses. How the hell are these eyewitnesses? This shit written 40, 50, sometimes 80 years later.
Oh man, that's crazy, bro.
In Greek, that's what niggas not tripping off of, bro. They weren't learning Greek composition 101 in first century Judea. It's nowhere written that. That's nowhere written.
Cold, bro. Backdating.
Mm-hmm.
What to say? Put an earlier date to a document or agreement than the actual one. An example, they backdated the sale documents to invade a court order.
See?
Wow.
So he put an earlier date.
Yeah,
put an earlier date to a document or agreement than the actual one.
Wow.
So all those books are pseudonyms. You know what I mean? Meaning the person that's actually writing it is not the name that's on the document. Right. So 2 Peter is not written by a Peter who supposedly followed first century Yeshua back in the 20s and 30s. Written in 150 of the Common Era. Written 130 years later. But guess whose name is on it? Peter. Peter's name is on it. So y'all, that's called a pseudonym and pseudo anonymity or something like that. You know what I mean? It's basically pseudo and anonymous put together.
Right.
You know what I mean? They really don't know who the author is.
Exactly.
But they can tell by the writing style that, you know what I mean, which time frame it was written and all that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So Paul ain't even Paul, nigga. That shit's just an anonymous writer still.
Man, you don't even know. And then a lot of the 13 letters that's attributed to Paul, mainstream scholarship today, like shit, out of them 13, only 7 they saying he wrote down. So even the letter, most of the letters attributed to him ain't come from him. They don't know where this stuff come from, bro.
That's crazy.
They don't even know.
But like you say though, it got to be within that Greek world though. Ain't like you say, ain't no Nazarene shit going on over here. You know what I'm saying?
No,
this is all Greek and Rome right here.
Exactly. Writing your history. And trip about this in the language of the only ones that had that type of education was Roman royalty, Jewish aristocracy. You feel me? Like you had to be of the privileged class to be taught Greek composition of literature. It just so happened that your gospels are coming out the same time that Josephus' work is coming out from the same place, Rome, in the same language.
Oh man!
And you don't think Josephus and his literary team had nothing to do with this?
So basically, between Josephus and Paul, those are the dominant faces
Yes.
of this first century. All these
Yes.
writings.
Man, you ain't got nothing else. I'm gonna tell you. Look, let me show you how. What are the odds? Okay, when you read Luke 16, it just so happened that Luke is Paul's homeboy. Luke wasn't even an eyewitness account of Yahshua. Luke never met Yahshua. Luke is a Greek physician, but he got a gospel. Well, who the hell taught Luke? Paul. Paul never met Yeshua. But anyway, in Luke 16, verse 19, there's a concept about Abraham's bosom, right? And it's about what happens to the souls of the righteous versus the souls of the wicked once they die and cross over. All right. Just to give a brief synopsis, the righteous go rest, that they're guided to the right. So in other words, true about this, when you die, according to this, the righteous and the wicked both go to the grave or Hades, right? The righteous are guided to the right and they are in a spot of rest. The wicked are dragged to the left and they're being tormented. Okay. And this is a parable in Luke 16, 19, and it's called Abraham's bosom. Yahshua spoke it, right? Bruh, there ain't another place in the first century that even mentions Abraham's bosom. But guess who?
Who?
Flavius Josephus, my nigga. and his writing and his discourse against Apion, written in the 90s of the Common Era. Remind you, Luke was written like the 80s.
Yeah, right here, right up in this region, between the 70s and the 100s. Like
Come on, that's when Luke was written, right?
Right.
Listen to me. There ain't another place in the first century that mentions Abraham bosom by name but the book of Luke and Josephus writings. And you think this don't come from the same source? How the hell is Joseph? There's nobody else that talks about this. Abraham's bosom ain't in Matthew, it ain't in Mark, it ain't in John, it ain't in Ephesians, it ain't in Revelation. That sucker is in Luke and is in Josephus' writings against Apion concerning hell, Hades. What are the odds? Both written in Greek, both talking about the same topic, bruh, by name. Nobody else mentions Abraham's bosom. No, but there's nowhere else in the first century Abraham's bosom is mentioned except Luke 16 and 19 and Josephus' discourse against Apion concerning Hades, about what happens to your soul once you cross over. What are the odds that neither one of these literary teams had anything to do with each other?
Right.
What are the odds? It ain't written nowhere else. Come on, bro. Come on. Shit, nigga gotta look, take the blinders off and call it for what it is.
Man. So it gotta be between Josephus and Paul behind the Gospels.
Gotta be.
Well, so let me ask you now, since you this is your field. Who do you think wrote these Gospels? Do you think it was who they say Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, or are these synonymous, pseudo names?
Yes.
But the writers are Paul or Josephus.
Yeah. So you'll never get. Only thing you can do is connect dots, like what I'm doing. Like you'll never be able to put like an actual name. What most people don't know is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John weren't even on the original documents of those Gospels. Those names were added 100 years after the fact. So when they first came out, it wasn't the Gospel according to Matthew, the Gospel according to Mark, the Gospel according to Luke, the Gospel according to John. This phraseology was added to these documents 100 years after the fact.
So hold up, those names was added 100 years after?
Yes, they wasn't even there was nothing floating around called the Gospel of Matthew. No, they start adding these things. What you have is a progression. You know what I mean? And then they add these things. They add these things much later. It just goes back into the back date, bro. That's how it is.
Right. That's right.
You know what I mean? Right. So I would say, just based off me connecting the dots, and it's just my opinion, but based off the research I'm doing, it looks like Josephus and his literary team are the ones responsible for what we call the Greek New Testament. I mean, who else would have been familiar with quote unquote Jewish history in Hebrew or in Greek? Who else? You know what I mean? He tell you, it tell you in Josephus' biography that when he got back to Rome, after he came out and said that Vespasian was a fulfillment of prophecy, being he's the Messiah of Numbers 24. After he did all that and sold his people out, this nigga Josephus goes back to Rome. He gets a penthouse in Caesar's palace. He get $5 whores throwing grapes down his throat. He get him a new wife. And guess what else they hand him? They hand him the scrolls. Because remember, they sacked the temple and took everything.
Right.
Titus and them, Josephus, according to his biography, got the scrolls of his Hebrew people from Titus when he got back to Rome. You see that? Yeah. So who else got the history? Know the history and educated in Greek enough to compose history. If you connect the dots, it seems to me you can't rule out Josephus and his literary team. If Josephus is writing about Abraham's bosom, and Abraham's bosom is in Luke as a parable coming out of Yahshua's mouth. Come on, bro. You can't duck that. Nobody else writes about it. Philo don't write about Abraham's bosom. Nobody writes about Abraham's bosom or where the souls of the righteous rest once they cross over, according to that. So that alone is a clue that, well, the writer of one must be involved with the writer, or the writer of one work must be involved with this other work as well. Because nobody else mentions Abraham's bosom in the first century. So who in the hell, shit, whoever, look, if it ain't the same one, they know each other.
Right.
Shit, if it ain't that nigga, I bet he know him. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, it get real deep. It get real deep. But CGG, we gonna drop another book probably around the summertime, summertime, and it's about the backdating of the scripture, the diabolical backdating of it.
Oh man, this shit gets nasty. When you say they backdated the name, oh man.
Yeah, look that up. You can do a quick Google search whenever you get a chance and look up, when were the names attached to the Gospels? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Oh, man. You know what I mean?
Shit, when were the names attached to the Gospels?
I heard Bart Ehrman say that one time. I say, dang. He's straight biblical scholar said it. I say, wow.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They got to be kicking themselves in the ass if that's the case.
What did it say? Did that say 2nd century CE? The hell?
Yeah, that was
what that say?
The church fathers in the 2nd century CE assigned the names of the writers assigned their work.
And look, I never even read that. What you read? Look at that. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Nasty work.
Come on, bro. Church. So you got you do got the church fathers writing gospels then, or in on it.
Facts.
Church fathers, church historians. You got them in on it because they're so they just only thing they wrote was the names on it. That's it, huh?
Damn.
Come on, bro.
And it was the church fathers who added that shit.
Come on, cuz.
The names Matthew, Mark, Luke, John were attached to the Gospels sometimes during the late second. Yo, bro. Man, you gotta be goddamn kidding me. So this put more emphasis that this could be the works of Paul and Josephus than if that's the case. Because what were the names? If there wasn't no names attached to this shit.
Yeah.
Like you said, the early literary team was Josephus.
Come on, man.
Come on, bro. That nigga probably wrote the shit. They put no name on it. Them niggas, the church fathers did.
Church fathers thought, dude. Who the hell is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Yeah, I'm saying. I'm like, what happened to Ezekiel and Isaiah and Malachi and Maccabee? Yeah. These niggas went from Luke. What's a Luke? Yeah.
Come on, bro.
You a Mark. You know how we feel about Mark, so it's like, damn.
And then you got Mark too. Like you got cats that's got gospels that never met him. The Luke is a physician in the Bible. That's Paul's boy. So everything he know about Jesus, he got from Paul, but Paul never met him either.
Oh man, this is nasty work.
You know what I mean? Like, look. This is how you can kind of tell where people at with it, bro. all you gotta do is ask them, was Luke a disciple or an apostle? And just sit back and listen to their answer. If they tell you, yeah, you know they lost. They're lost. What disciple list you done looked at that got Luke on it?
So this is the same John as John the Baptist, right? This shit fucked my head up right here, man. I ain't gonna lie. I'm lost right now, man. I'm lost for words. I should not lost for fucking words. Because good night, it says the name. Let me read this whole shit real quick, bro.
Yeah, man.
The names Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were attached to the gospel sometime during the late 2nd century, primarily through the writings of the church fathers like Irenaeus, Clement of Alexandria, and Tertullian, who attributed authorship to these individuals based on early Christian tradition. The original texts themselves were anonymous.
They were who?
Oh,
anonymous.
Yo, that gotta be Josephus, bro.
Come on, bro.
Josephus or Paul, one of them niggas.
Man, shit.
They're the only two niggas writing, right?
Man, that mess around be the same nigga, bro.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
How the hell does Paul got a homeboy named Titus? And Titus is the nigga that sacked Jerusalem. You know what I mean? And that Josephus sided with. There's a book in the New Testament written by Paul named Titus. Then trip off this, bro. See, niggas really don't want to go there because we all know Paul had Roman citizenship. We all know this.
Facts.
All right. Now, when you get to Paul's letter writings in Philippians, Paul got a homeboy. They'll try to tell you it's not the same guy. But Paul got a homeboy named Epaphroditus. Epaphroditus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, Epaphroditus just so happens to be the name of Nero Caesar's secretary. Trip off this. Epaphroditus also just so happens to be the name of Josephus's Patreon, the nigga that's funding Josephus. Hold on, bro. And they will have you think that look, ain't nobody rolling over and naming their son Epaphroditus. That ain't no common name, not even in it.
Facts.
Hold on, how does Paul, Josephus, and Nero all have the same acquaintance? Named by name Epaphroditus. Paul lets you know he's connected to Caesar's household. He said, all the saints of Rome salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household. This nigga Paul connected, nigga. He all the way up to Caesar.
What verse was that? What verse was that?
That's in Philippians. Hold on, I think that's Philippians. Let's go to Philippians.
Yeah, let me get that. Let me pull that up.
And if not, just type in up there Caesar's household. It's either in Philippians or it's the last few verses in Hebrews. I can't pull it up right now. I'm on my phone.
I got you.
Yeah, but type in Caesar's household like in the search on that blue letter. It'll pop right up. Yeah. You're gonna be like, dang, how is Paul talking about Caesar? Caesar at this time was supposed to have been Nero, right before Titus and them took over.
Right. Man, this is nasty work.
Yep, Caesar's household, C-E-A or C-A-E. I don't know how they spell it. But if you don't spell it exactly right, it won't pop up.
Yeah, I got them. I messed it up the last time. Oh. Let's put Caesar right quick. Yeah,
Caesar or Caesar's household. You'll see it, bro. You're gonna be like, dang. Or just type in household and look around Philippians.
Okay, got you. Let me try that.
Yeah, and look around Philippians and all that. And if not that, it's the I think it's like the last few verses in Hebrews. What's that? That's Old Testament. What's that up there?
Yeah, that's showing the Old Testament. I need to click New Testament.
Yeah, New Testament is what you're looking for. I can find it real quick. Hold on.
All right. You got that.
Hopefully I don't drop out the whatchamacallit. I bring my computer from upstairs. Bring it to me real quick. Take that and then bring my computer real quick.
That's a jewel right there.
I can find it real quick. Yeah, boy, great. Right on Google. Caesar's household, Paul, Bible, or something like that. It should shoot you the verse. You gonna say, dang, this nigga.
Philippians 4:22.
There you go. I knew I wasn't far off. I rarely miss, nigga.
That's right. Shit, sharpshooter out this joint.
Yeah, I knew I wasn't tripping.
Sharpshooters. Philippians 4:22.
Yep.
All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household.
Paul connected, bro. He connected. He connected. What you mean of Caesar's household? Caesar is the supreme ruler of Rome. Or let him tell it the word. God in the flesh, nigga. What you mean Caesar's household? How are you connected? Right. So you ain't just got Roman. Okay, so some of us got what we call American citizenship, right? But ain't one of you niggas connected to the household of Donald Trump.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Ain't none of
you
that.
See what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's this thing reaches to the top of government. That's what I want the people to see. You know what I mean? You don't just sneeze at Saul of Tarsus as if, you know what I mean, this nigga just done skipped through and just had an epiphany and now he's just so benevolent and love every damn body. This nigga is connected from the top. He know people in Caesar's household. Bro, when they was about to kill him in Jerusalem, bro, nigga, man, they sent about 600 soldiers to go get him up off that Temple Mount.
Let's get that real quick. That's an Acts, ain't it?
That's an Acts, bro. Acts like what 21 or something like that. Boy, they went out, man. They was about to kill Paul. Boy. You know what I mean? And bro, it was all soldiers on the standby waiting for an order to go get him up out of there. That's like me and you, C-Law, on our CGG type mission. You dig? It and jump, right? And out of nowhere, the Secret Service roll up and swoop you away and just
leave you dead.
Yeah, this nigga's connected.
Yeah, that's serious, bro. That's serious.
You know what I mean?
Paul seized in the temple.
Yeah, Paul seized in the temple, and then you're gonna see that they was about to kill him. And then man, it was some soldiers. Okay. Yeah.
Right here. Let me go back up one. And all the city was moved, and people ran together, and they took Paul and drew him out of the temple, and forthwith the doors were shut. And as they went about to kill him, tidings came unto the chief captain of the band.
Hold on. We click on them. What's a chief captain? Niggas need to know what a chief captain is. You know what a band is. A band ain't they not playing music.
Facts.
You know what I mean? What's a chief captain? What's a centurion? What's a captain of the guard? What is that?
Got you. Okay, so kill him. Tidings came to the chief captain. Let's click that. Who is the chief captain? It says the commander of a Roman cohort or military tribunal. Look, the commander of 1,000 soldiers. Come
on, bro. So he got 1,000. He got 1,000 nigga 2,000 boots under his command. Hell you talking about? How important is Paul for a man that got 2,000 boots and his snapping command to come draw down and get him up out of there? This nigga's connected, bro. Like, you ain't never seen nothing like this before. So it says, what it goes. So now that you know that this man that heard Paul was about to get killed, who has control over 2,000 boots, 1,000 men, what did he do? What did it say?
And they went about to kill him. Tidings came unto the chief captain of the band that all Jerusalem was in an uproar, who immediately took soldiers and centurions and ran down unto them. And when they saw the chief captain and the soldiers, they left beating of Paul. Then the chief captain came near and took him, meaning Paul, right?
Yep.
And commanded him to be bound with 2 chains and
Mhm.
demanded who he was and what he had done.
See that?
Getting sticky here.
Yeah.
Nasty work. And
Yeah.
some cried one thing and some cried another among the multitude. And when he could not know the certainty for the turmoil, tumult? How do you pronounce that? The tumult. He commanded him to be carried into the castle.
The who?
The castle.
This nigga gets took into the White House. The castle. He gets took before another Roman. Come on, bro. Nigga, yes, at some point you got to stop playing. It's like, bro, who is this cat? Like, how in the hell, nigga?
Look, it says the castle of Antonia. Whatever that is, but you know, when you click the concordance, it give you some more detail and shit.
Look,
you know what I mean? In its first century, so it's gonna give you a little bit more history. And when he came upon the stairs, so it was that he was born of the soldiers for the violence of the people.
Yeah, they had to get. In other words, they had to carry him out of there. They was about that. That's how much these messianic zealots wanted to kill this nigga, man. You got to ask yourself why. Why did they not? They don't feel this whole multitude don't feel like this for no reason against this cat, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? You understand? You got to understand the zealots were messianic as well. It was the whole struggle between first century Judea and Rome was a messianic war. There was a messianic expectation. That's why Josephus and the main rabbi of the time came out and said that Vespasian fulfills Numbers 24 and 15. The star that will come out of Jacob that will eventually rule the world. They said that prophecy was looked at the wrong way by the messianic zealot, because that's a messianic prophecy about somebody coming to rule righteously.
Right.
And so they figure, nigga, if ain't no other time than for this messianic figure to show up, it will be not. You know what I mean? Because Rome got naked statues of Caesar in our temples, and they taxing us, and you feel me? So these zealots were messianic. They weren't going against the code or none of that. They just was like, look, we'll cut you down before we look at your wiener, nigga.
Right.
We finna look at your wiener in our holy places.
Right.
You know?
That's like Rastaman. That's like a whole bunch of Rasta niggas.
There you go.
You know how Caribbean Rasta. You see how rebellious them niggas could be.
Yeah, that's them niggas.
Yeah, just imagine that type of mentality among them Nazarenes during that time, like you say, with them statues up in there.
Yeah, that's them niggas right there, bro. Now you know how in Owaspy, Creator got his Ayin and he got his Ahuin to defend it, like the warrior faith this type.
Right.
It's the same concept with the zealots.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Even though we know we ain't supposed to be spilling blood or none of that, but you see how the Ahuins or the warrior faithers were charged with protecting the chosen or the Ayins. It's kind of like the same thing with the zealots. They was charged with protecting the house of David.
Facts.
You feel me? So that's why everywhere you see one of them, you see a messianic figure around, like James, Yahshua, and them. Peter and them had swords. Right. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you see, every time you see one of them around, you see a zealot or a hitman not that far from them.
Yeah.
Now,
ain't no games.
Yeah. Now, they was their own faction of Nazarenes. You know what I mean? All the Nazarenes in the scenes, for the most part, y'all were peaceful, communal living people. But you did have a faction amongst them that wasn't playing with you.
But you remember, even in the Owaspy, he said that Yahshua was no joke.
Yeah.
he was a severe preacher. Now watch this. Let me add on to what you said about, standing on the faith, in defense. Now I'm gonna go to the book of Esdras right quick. Chapter Esdras 13:32. Esdras 13:32. Let me go there real quick. Watch this.
Yes, sir.
Just quick fast. Esdras 13:32.
Yeah, man. I looked at that. I say, dang, that's the same parallel. You dig?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm about to add on top of that shit.
Yeah, it's the same
hard.
parallel. Them brothers was really with the business. They wasn't playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's it. I mean, hindsight 2020, we know now, like looking back, like, hey, look, they was coming against us like that. It's time to move. Get the hell up out of here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But had we been back in that mix, I'd have been dead right with them niggas, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Been chopping heads.
They'd have been scraping me. They'd have still been scraping me up off the ground. Ain't no way in the world I'm going for none of that shit. Hell no.
Watch this. I'm gonna add on top of that to show you, it's variables. I always say that it's variables to life. You know, it's variables to the shit. Ain't nothing set in stone.
That's right, brother.
You may have to do some shit. You may have to, goddamn, you know what I mean? Ain't nothing set in stone.
Yeah.
Go to 1332. Watch this, Ken.
Okay.
Look at this. Look what Judge say. Jehovah said, rather let a man glory in martyrdom for righteousness' sake.
Ooh.
By this he takes high resolves against evil, which resolves are a great power to the soul when enters heaven. What we talking about here?
What's that, boy? Estra 1332. I'm locking that one in.
No, that's the book of S.
Okay.
Jehovah, yeah, 1332.
I'm locking that in.
Yeah. So on top of what you were saying about the warrior faith that's a precept on top of that to add to that.
Okay.
To show, like, you know what I mean? Niggas ain't just walking around here like it's levels to this shit, it's variables to this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, niggas ain't just walking around here kicking cans and holding hands. Shout out to my brother Nina boy. You know what I mean? Like, nah, bro, like this cast is really serious about that. And that's what you'll start seeing if you slow down. And if you get into the compiling of the scripture, once you see that, then the layers will start peeling back. Like, dang, okay. You know what I mean? And that don't mean you can't use the Bible for, you know what I mean, righteous inspiration and all that. You just got to know that everything you read ain't right, man. Right. You know what I mean? Some of that stuff is not right. It's not the creator. It's a false God pump faking.
Right.
And it's on you to know the character of the creator to call a spade when it comes skipping across your plate. Like, no, I'm not doing that. The hell wrong with you? Like, that's how you supposed to be answering and handling up, man. Not just being gullible and slap happy. Like, would you kill your child if God told you? Absolutely, yes. Hell yeah. They're out of here. Like, come on, bro. Y'all
niggas ain't even thinking. Right. God made you totally, creator made you totally responsible.
That's right, bro.
You are good, bad, and God. Jehovah said you got to know the extremes of good and evil to obtain the Godhead.
You got to know how to navigate
the situation to deal with an extreme evil to see how the outcome may be dealing with that situation.
Yeah, man. You gotta know how to navigate through that shit because evil ain't going nowhere.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Your whole deal is to maintain your high light and your righteousness. You know what I mean? Through the evil and not to succumb to the darkness and all that.
Because even those in the third heaven with God, self got into them and they strayed. But they was right there at the table with God, at the round table. Anu Hassaj, Luabung, all these niggas was sitting at the table of true God before they decided to break away. And they had it in their hearts to break away prior to them breaking away.
Yeah. Seed was already planted.
Exactly. But let me read this next verse of Paul, nigga. This shit getting interesting right here, though, King. Look what this shit say. For the multitude of the people followed after, crying, away with him. Now check this shit here. And as Paul was to be led into the castle, he said unto the chief captain, the nigga of 1,000, may I speak unto thee? Who said, can those speak Greek?
They looking at the chief captain looking at Paul and saying, nigga, how you know how to speak Greek? See, so that lets you know. What does that let you know? The gospel, remember, your whole New Testament is written in Greek.
That's a tell right there. He just told on himself.
That's a telltale sign.
That's
let you know that it was not common amongst the first century Judea to be educated in Greek.
Fact.
Greek philosophy, Greek composition, none of it. The captain over a 2,000 boots just asked Paul, "You know how to speak Greek?" You know what I mean? Like, what you doing speaking Greek?
And you know what? That's a good point because the Nazarenes would have been speaking Aramaic. Now the Herodians would have had a privilege to speak Aramaic and Greek, being that they was embedded with them goddamn Romans.
Exactly, and they had the education because they was Jewish aristocracy. They was right up there in the courts with them. You know what I mean? Mattress back Bernice. That nigga Titus used to bed Bernice, Herod's granddaughter. Nigga used to bang her. Nigga, bro, they right up there. Herod Agrippa, you know what I mean? His grandson, Agrippa II, Bernice. You see what I'm saying? These are all Herodians who are educated in the Greek way of life. You know what I mean? But they got the history of the whole so-called Judean.
And then they got Macedonian goddamn names, mattress back Bernice and shit. But look at that. Are not thou the Egyptian, which before these days made us an uproar and led us out into the wilderness? 4,000 men that were murderers.
Now look, so he's asking them, I thought you was this Egyptian revolutionary. You know what I mean? That popped your shit a while back and led and had 4,000 people follow out into the wilderness. Ain't you that person? What you doing speaking Greek? So he looking at Paul, his first initial impression of Paul was that he was some type of revolutionary. Think about it. All these niggas was trying to kill him. So he like, you must be some type of revolutionary. You probably that one Egyptian nigga. Now, Israelites use this to be like, well, he thought he was an Egyptian, so he must have been Nubian black. Y'all got to realize the Ptolemies had Egypt during this time. Then you got pale Egypt around this time,
right?
You know what I mean? And then during Paul's time, you got Roman Egypt.
Yeah, because the last nigga who ran, who sat on the throne was Caesarian. And when he died, Octavian take over. So the Egyptians would have been Roman niggas.
Exactly, bro. Come on now.
The same way they said Macedonian, but Ptolemy is Macedonians. So the Egyptians, so when you say the Egyptians, the Ptolemy's Egyptians, those are Macedonians. Them ain't no Bantu niggas from the Congo.
Exactly. So this verse don't prove nothing about Paul being a West Indian.
Right.
Just because it says, "Or not thou that Egyptian." If you know the history, then you know that all these was Greeks. Exactly. You know what I mean? These was Greeks and Romans mixed up together.
Exactly.
That's what was going on.
And look what it says: an Egyptian, and then it says an Egyptian or inhabitant of Egypt.
There you go. Who was mainly inhabiting Egypt during the first century?
And look what it says right here, King. Look, a Gentile.
Wow.
The Egyptian. Come on, man. Why would Gentile be associated with that?
We gotta be real with ourselves, bro. You dig? Right. Look, that's so he thinking Paul some type of revolutionary. You know what I mean? Because why else would all these people be trying to kill you?
Right.
What you on, right? But what he say?
But Paul said, I am a man which am a Jew of Tarsus.
Of Tarsus.
A city in, what's that, Cilicia?
Cilicia. Is that Jerusalem? Is that in Israel anywhere? Or is that in Greece? Or is that close to Ephesus?
You talking about Cilicia? Let me click it.
Yeah, like where's Cilicia at? Where is Tarsus at? This would be
Look at this. A maritime province in the southeast of Asia Minor, bordering
Pamphylia in the west, Laconia and Cappadocia in the north, and Syria in the east. Its capital, Tarsus, was the birthplace of Paul. Come on, bro. This ain't even Israel. He ain't even from Israel.
Exactly. He from over there on the other side.
So he speak Greek, educated in Greek, from a Greek city.
A province of Asia Minor. That's crazy. Go ahead. You said
You see what I'm saying?
you know what Tarsus said.
A citizen of no mean city.
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
Now go ahead, bro. That shit crazy, man. All you gotta do is just slow down and look. Then he called the Herodian his relative in Romans 16.
All right, there you go.
A city in Cilicia, a citizen of no mean city, and I beseech thee, talking to that captain, suffer me, allow me to speak unto the people. And when he had given him license or permission, Paul stood on the stairs and beckoned with the hand unto the people. And when there was made a great silence, he spoke unto them in the Hebrew tongue. See, he got to speak to those in Jerusalem, you dig, from an elevated position in Hebrew, not in Greek.
So that shows you right there.
Who's composing your history in Greek?
Right.
Who? Come on now. All you got to do is just, man, look. All you got to do is just connect the dots. You start seeing it. Damn, that's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
See, niggas think just because a nigga speak Hebrew, that means, oh, he's black. No, nigga, the Jews speak Hebrew.
Them niggas speak that shit.
Speak Hebrew.
They speak that. Look, they speak it better than most. You know what I mean, bros. You know what I mean, and they know it. They know it enough. They know it enough to be able to even compose literature in it. Like niggas ain't composing no works, no literature in Hebrew.
So what we just read was in the book of Acts, which came out 80 to 90 CE.
Well, dang, even according to biblical timeline, Paul is already dead. Come on now. How the hell is Acts coming out after Paul, and Paul is the one when written by Luke, and Paul is the one that taught Luke?
Boy, let me pull out that chart with Paul on there real quick. Come
on, man. So you got to put all of Luke's writings with Paul too. Because Luke wouldn't be writing nothing if it wasn't for Paul.
So Luke's supposed to be a character.
Luke is a physician, a doctor from Syria. He's not a disciple. Most people think Luke was the disciple. Nigga, on what disciple list do you see Luke? No, they don't really know the history, y'all. You know what I mean? Even of what they put together as history. I'm talking about the quote unquote church fathers. The Israelites who study the Bible today really don't know the history.
Right. That's where they messing up at.
That's where you messing up at, because the people that put the Bible together got a whole historical timeline they go by.
So here we got Paul coming in at 5 Common Era, the 65 Common Era. So he would have been around Josephus.
Yeah. Josephus was born around the 30s or something.
Yeah, 37 AD to 100 AD. So they got Josephus. And then you got the Flavian dynasty from 69 to 96.
Ooh.
And that's right under Josephus' watch.
Yes, sir. That's the fall of Jerusalem. After the death of Nero, Vespasian takes over. Vespasian has a son named Titus. They both have the same exact name. Vespasian, Titus, Flavius. They both have the same exact name. He comes in his father's name. Come on, bro. Like niggas gotta be. Ain't none of this stuff no coincidence. Even at 69 and 96, your dynasty starts at 69, ends at 96. That's the same number flipped. Like you niggas ain't like. Look, bro. I don't put nothing past none of these.
But look at this though, King. The Herodian dynasty starts from 47 BC, but it ends at 100 AD.
I ain't know that.
Yeah, I'm looking at this shit. That. Yeah, so the Herodian dynasty would have survived the fall of Jerusalem.
Damn. Oh-wee.
Because you see the block. Now look at the Herodian dynasty. This is the block. Yeah, so all within that, you got the fall of Egypt and the rise of Octavian all going on right here, season all that. And then you got Paul, you got Josephus, and those the main, and then you got Philo right here. But he ain't really talking about nothing as far as the Gospels. what was going on like that. He mentioned the Essenes though. I remember reading a piece of his works, and he mentioned the Essenes in the same fashion and detail that the Owaspi do.
Yeah.
So the Herodian dynasty.
Oh, wait, that's a whole nother. And Paul according to him, he's related to the Herodian dynasty.
That's what I'm saying.
That's Romans 16:11. Salute Herodian, my kinsman.
And then you said Josephus mentioned a nigga named Saul who was Herodian, right?
Yeah, yes. Several times. Yes, sir. Several times. Related to the king.
So if the Herodians are Jewish aristocracies and their kingdom survived after the fall, how are they still around after the fall? If that shit got destroyed, that's interesting because
that shows you they in cahoots with the highest form of government, bro. Dealing with Rome. Hell, the Herodian dynasty nigga lasted longer than the Flavian dynasty. Damn, you know what I mean?
And then not only that, when they probably destroyed Jerusalem, they probably destroyed where the Nazarenes was. The area, the sect in the area probably. No, they destroyed the temple. I forgot. I can't say that.
Yeah, that's but that's crazy. That shit they ran. They ran about 150 years.
Yeah,
they ran about 150 years, bro.
That's crazy.
So they in the background the whole time, just ruling. And trip off this Antipater, the founder of the Herodian, because Antipater had a son named Herod who ended up becoming Herod the Great. Antipater saved Julius Caesar's ass.
Right, that would have been right up in here. 47.
Yep.
47. And that's the Roman Empire. That's the rise of the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Look at this though, King. Notice the Flavian dynasty. Look at the date, 69 AD. So right after the fall of Jerusalem, all of a sudden these niggas rise up.
Yeah.
Under the Herodian dynasty still.
Exactly. So they've been in the background the whole time ruling.
Right.
The whole secret hand behind it all.
Right. Exactly. That's crazy, bro. So the Herodian dynasty was there from the rise of Rome.
Yes. They get to the fall of from the rise of Rome. When did Egypt fall? The rise of Rome, the fall of Egypt.
Right.
And all the way up to 100 AD. All the way up to 100 AD, bro. They the secret hand behind it all.
Yeah, facts.
You got Paul on record claiming to be a relative of them. Come on, bro.
And he's described as one of them.
Come on now. Like
red florid face. Did you see what I showed the picture of the red florid face?
No, I showed that. You know, y'all when I debated to Zoy, I brought it up. And then had a picture to Zoy and Katazai right next to him. Like, bro, this is the description of Paul according to tradition. They look just like Katazai.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So the Herodian dynasty is the motherfucking head poncho behind these niggas. Outside of Rome. Outside of Rome, like you say, the Jewish aristocracy, however you say that shit. Yeah. I'm gonna get it together. Would have been the Herodians. Because they was the ones masquerading around as Jews. So the last
you got them in history. You got names of these Herodians. You got Agrippa the First, Agrippa the Second, Mattress Back Bernice. Like you got them. You got all of Herod the Great. You got him. You got his sons that ruled after him.
Right.
You know what I mean? Philip and all them. Like, bro, you got the names of these niggas.
You know what? That's facts. That's facts. I got them niggas right here.
Yep, you got the name. So that's all I'm saying. Is like, bro, ain't nobody playing no games. Like, you dig? Like you see what happened, like you said, with the Lord Jamal or Billy Carlson. They out here getting they shit rocked. Yeah, I think Professor. I already knew Professor Dave was gonna make Lord Jamal look stupid.
Yeah, He didn't even know who he was. So when I see I don't know, that's about to be nasty work.
Who didn't know who Lord Jamal didn't know who Professor Dave was?
Nah, he didn't know who he was.
Oh yeah, he was shit. Hey, he found out that day.
Yeah.
Hey, I watched him destroy a flat earther. Bro, he destroyed them so quick, and I'm talking about laughed at him the whole time. Like, bro, look, you ain't even got no math on this shit.
Facts.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I knew that was coming, but yeah, these cats getting exposed. Billy Carson, Lord Jamar, Umar Johnson. You feel me? Like all these cats, bro. You dig? And it just let you know like where CGG is at, man. Like we, you know what I mean? Credit is truly marvelous.
But another good point you brought out when you said in order for them to know anybody to be writing Greek composition, they had to study from Homer. Now we're talking archaic Greek 750s between there.
Yeah.
So these niggas are studying something that predates the Ptolemaic era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Showing you how they preserve the history for them to even study something like that.
Yep.
At that time.
Exactly. And then you got all type of clues in the New Testament. You got even Paul tell you that Jesus came to him quoting Greek. Greek, why is it hard for you to kick against the pricks?
Right.
Is it hard for you to kick against the pricks? Y'all, those are Greek parables from Greek playwrights going all the way back to Euripides and all them. You talking like 600 BC. Like, why would the first century Nazarene Judean Messiah come speaking to a man he never met in Greek parables? This don't make no sense, bro. Don't even make no sense. Like, what is you talking about?
That's nasty work.
He ain't come to you and tell you, hey, tap in with my little bro James and them. Yaakov. You know what I mean? Go submit yourself to them, and you know what I mean? That's who I left in charge of this.
Right.
You did? Go humble yourself and apologize because that's who you've been persecuting.
Right.
Go humble yourself at their feet. That wasn't the message. The message was for you to go somewhere into Damascus for a couple years. You know what I mean? You ain't go check in with the ones that Yeshua left in charge. And according to you, you don't care nothing about them niggas. Galatians chapter 1, Galatians chapter 2. He called them out by name. James, John, Peter, Barnabas, called them hypocrites, all of them. Said the leaders of the church, whoever they are, it don't make no difference to me. God accepts no man's person. The leaders of the church is James and the apostles that Yeshua ordained according to the biblical literature, the biblical breakdown. So who are these leaders he's talking about? And then he come back again and say such a false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ. And then he called them workers of Satan. Knows what he say. He called them apostles. He didn't say bishops. He didn't say deacons. He used the word apostles. Well, there's only 12 apostles, buddy. Who he talking about? Who he talking about when he say if anybody you talk to, when he writing to Galatia, if they bring you another gospel, Well,
you know what verse in Galatia that is?
Galatians 1. You talking about when he called them another gospel? Yeah. Galatians 1, start at verse 6. Yeah, Galatians 1.
I marvel that ye are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel.
Another gospel. Notice it's not another Torah portion. It's not another, study of the prophet Isaiah. You dig? The topic is it's gospel. It's just different from what Paul is teaching. That's it. It's just a different gospel than what he got. See, what Christianity has today is Paul's version of the whole thing.
Right.
But Paul never met him. You banking your whole thing, your whole deal off this nigga's experience.
That's crazy.
To another gospel. But look how deep Paul go. The next verse. What do he say?
Which is not another, but there be some that trouble you. Pervert the gospel of Christ.
So now Paul's gospel that he teaches is what he calls the gospel of Christ. That's his gospel. It's called the gospel of Christ. Sometimes he calls it his gospel, my gospel. Knows what he says. It ain't another. He say unto another gospel, which is not another. Which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ. Now, this is to the assembly in Galatia, right? Okay, well, who else was writing to the assembly in Galatia that was bringing a gospel? That's all you got to ask yourself. And you can see exactly who Paul talking about. Look at verse 8.
But though we are an angel from heaven, preach any other gospel unto you, that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed.
Look, so Paul's saying, if it ain't what him and his crew, if it ain't what we done taught you, let him be who? What's a curse, Eli? Click on the curse.
Let's see what that's talking about.
Was Paul cursing people who were teaching a different gospel? What was he doing?
Anathema.
Anathema. Go ahead.
Bind under a great curse, a thing set up or laid by in order to be kept. A curse. A man accursed, devoted to the direst of woes.
Woo. So Paul is actually cursing anybody that teaches a different gospel than what him and his crew is teaching. Gospel. He ain't talking about a study of the prophet Isaiah. He ain't talking about a study of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. The specific topic or gospels. Who else is pushing the gospel? The good news. The message of who we call Yahshua during this time.
And what Hebrew is using gospel prior to this time?
Exactly. I
ain't never seen Isaiah talking about something. We got the gospel of the Torah.
No, the good news, the Basora. That's what they was saying, Basora. You feel me? So notice Paul is cursing somebody that brings a different gospel. Right? Now, a first clue into who this nigga is cursing, all you got to do is go to first, I think it's 1 Peter 1:1. Watch this. Who else was writing 1 Peter 1:1? Who else was writing to the assembly in Galatia? Because Paul is writing his letter in defense of himself. He going so hard as to cursing whoever teaching different than him. All you gotta do is slow down and read it. You be like, damn, this nigga just cursed everybody. Nigga, the direst of woes. What's that first? What that say? 1 Peter 1:1. What it say?
Peter, an apostle of Jesus Christ, to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and
Bithynia. Now notice Peter is also writing to the assembly in Galatia. You see that? Paul has a letter to the Galatians, but Peter in this right here, he's writing to the Galatians too. Don't that say Galatia right there?
That's right.
This letter was addressed to the Galatians as well. Okay, Peter preaches a gospel or good news of Yahshua. Who is Paul cursing? Ain't nobody really tripping off of it. You thinking that they all was cool. And nigga, in the beginning, they may have been cool for a little minute. You know what I mean? They probably was looking at him with a jaundiced eye, but no, they all fell out. They all fell out. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is go back to Galatians and you'll see.
So Peter is going to Galatia preaching the word of Yeshua.
There you go.
And he was there.
He was there.
Okay.
And he's a true apostle.
Right. Okay. He's an apostle.
All right.
So we got an apostle going to Galatia. And we got Paul going to Galatia.
There you go.
And then Paul is saying that if whoever comes with another gospel is accursed, and the only nigga who came with another gospel outside of Paul was Peter. Bro,
when we go back to Galatians, we're going to go right to it. Let's go to Galatians 2 real quick. I'll show you. Nigga, they talk different. According to Paul, Peter and Paul talk different gospels.
Galatians 2.
Yeah, go to Galatians 2, jump down to like around, I think it's like verse 11. We can jump back up later on. Zoom in a little bit. We can jump back later on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me see.
Cephas opposed.
Hold on. Yeah, that's a good one. That's hold on.
Yeah.
Is that see, he name dropping in there too. Hold on. Go down to 13. Go down some more. You're gonna see this symbol. So he called them hypocrites right there. No, so go back up. Yeah, that dissimulation is hypocrisy. He called them niggas hypocrites and all that. Go back up to like 10. Let me see, go to 10. You're gonna see when
there go James' name right here.
James, he dropping. I'm saying when James, Cephas, and John also who seemed to be pillars. He joning on these niggas.
So this is Paul talking right here.
That's Paul. He's talking to Galatia about when he visited Jerusalem.
Okay.
Okay. Then we just read in one episode, he damn near got killed going to Jerusalem.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Hold on. Let me see.
You need me to scoot up some more?
Go down to 9. Let me see. That's 9. Let me see. We looking for the doctrine of the circumcision. For he that man, that's 8. Okay, right here, verse 7. Verse 7. Go to that verse 7.
All right.
Now this is Paul talking. He's talking to them about his time in Jerusalem. I think this is Acts 15 he's talking about. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel, look at this. Remember, if they come teaching another gospel. But contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of the circumcision was unto Peter. So it's not the same gospel. You got the gospel of the uncircumcision and you got the gospel of the circumcision. You got Peter writing to Galatia like Paul is writing to Galatia. But Paul's saying if you bring a different gospel, which he calls the gospel of Christ or the gospel of uncircumcision, if you bring anything different than that, you are cursed. But this him telling you that Peter teaches a different gospel than him.
Right, just told on himself, right?
The gospel of the uncircumcision and gospel of circumcision are two different gospels, y'all. It would just be called the same thing. It wouldn't be.
You know what? Let's click on the circumcision, the uncircumcision. Motherfucker gonna say the gospel of Paul.
That'd be crazy.
Having the first a Gentile, okay, you know. Well, we should, that's circumcision. The act right, circumcision, they are circumcised is a term used with the Jews. Okay, so bam, okay.
So we know what circumcision is.
Right. Look at what it says. Consecrated to God.
Yeah, so that lets you know that in Yeshua's movement, there still was circumcision going on.
Right.
You know what I mean? It just wasn't, you know, I mean, obviously it wasn't happening on the 8th day. You got a whole bunch of grown folk or whatever. You know what I mean? But so Paul's gospel is of the uncircumcision, right? And he shows you how much he hates the gospel of circumcision. Go to Galatians 5:1. Let me show you something. Bro, this stuff, you can walk this down. And then we can come back to Galatians 2 and read where he start calling these niggas hypocrites. He's calling James, the brother of the Lord, James, Cephas, which is Peter, John, Barnabas. He naming all the pillars. He naming all the pillars, and he like, look, they all was hypocrites when he was in Jerusalem. This is what he's saying.
You said Galatians 5?
Galatians 5:1. What verse 1 say?
Okay. It says, stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free.
Come on.
And be not entangled again
right
with the yoke of bondage.
Hold that right there. So whatever he's talking about, what he's about to explain, he believes is some type of bondage, some type of spiritual bondage, some type of spiritual slavery, right? Go ahead.
Behold, I, Paul, say unto you.
Who? Not thus saith the Lord, or the, Yahuwah, or nigga. I, Paul, say unto you that if you be circumcised, who was given the gospel of circumcision? If you be Come on now.
Right there, matter of fact, there you go, right there. Hold on, let me take the Strong's Concordance off this real quick. Yeah, okay, there we go. So you got the gospel of circumcision was unto Peter. All right, so now that's Galatians 2:4. Now we're back at Galatians 5:1.
At Galatians 2:7. Now watch this. Galatians 5:1. Look what it say. It say, stand fast, therefore. No, verse 2. Verse 2. Behold, I, Paul, say unto you that if you be circumcised, Christ shall profit you nothing. Look at this. Verse 3. So he's talking about circumcision. The bondage that he's talking about, the spiritual bondage or the slavery he's talking about, y'all, is circumcision. We ain't adding to his words. You know what I mean? You want to know about Paul, just go read his letters and slow down. He's spilling it all. He ain't even had nothing. He letting you know how he feel. That his gospel is what you need to be following. His gospel, he calls the gospel of the uncircumcision or the gospel of Christ. And if you come outside of that, you are worthy to be damned. For I testify. So he's saying that if you get circumcised, Christ, who he talking about, is of no value to you. Trip off that. And he's calling that bondage. Verse 3. Who else is writing to Galatia, y'all? Peter. What gospel does he have? The gospel of circumcision. And you got Paul telling you, Paul, I'm saying this to you. That if you be circumcised, Christ will profit you nothing. They not talking about the same one, y'all. Look at this. For I testify again to every man that is circumcised, that he is a debtor to do the whole law. Christ is become of no effect unto you. Whosoever of you are justified by the law, he's talking about the law of circumcision, y'all. Ye are fallen from grace. You see? And if you just saying in essence that well, I'm saying that your spirit got to be right before you even get some type of physical marking, then just say that. No, he's calling circumcision bondage. His words. He's saying that if you get circumcised, Christ will profit you nothing. It'll be of no value to you. So if you're a circumcised brother, according to Paul, you might as well not even roll with Christ. His words. Right? Now look at this. For we through the Spirit wait for the hope of righteousness by faith. Verse 6. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision availeth anything, nor uncircumcision, but faith which worketh by love. So he's saying, well, it really don't matter.
He went through all that to say it really don't matter.
It don't really don't matter. But you just called it bondage.
Exactly.
You just said this shit is slavery. If you done did this, Christ of no value to you. You know, now all we get to verse 6, but it really don't matter.
Right. But then hold up. Let me see if I hold that verse right there. Let me see if I can pull up on this doc real quick. Where it had the laws of circumcision in the Old Testament. Got that in there. Right here. Was that it?
Shout out to the big homie Nehemiah in the building. Shout out to the whole CGG, whole chat. Brothers, y'all know it ain't nothing but love light over this way, man.
Yeah, we straight building.
We over here chopping it up. Y'all already know. See, look, these are type of topics.
Right.
You know what I mean? What y'all talking about? We gonna go to work.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. But Galatians. There we go.
Yeah, right. but notice. So he gets down to verse 6, and it's like it really don't matter if you are or you ain't.
Right.
Just believe in the Jesus I'm talking about. But remember, y'all, he said if you heard another way, you're cursed.
Exactly.
Right. Then admitted that him and Peter teach a different gospel.
And
the gospel of circumcision.
Find this verse real quick. Hold up. Because it just destroys. Hold on. I gotta read it from the Bible to show like this nigga going against God's word. Where's that? Let me see. It was an Exodus too. Let me see.
This nigga Paul, like, I really don't matter, you know.
Let's go have a drink of some beer. It really doesn't matter.
What you writing for then? Like, come on, bro. And if you peep his writing style, he's writing to defend his apostle, his so-called self-ordained apostleship.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That the whole letter of Galatians, y'all, is in defense of him and what he teaching. Because guess what? His apostleship and authority was under scrutiny. Everybody knew he wasn't no real apostle. You dig? And on top of that, nigga, you teaching different than what James and them is talking about. Jerusalem, the biological little brother of Yeshua. Come on, bro. It don't get how the hell you know him better than him?
Right.
Niggas grew up taking the bath together. And, you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, look, you can't fall for that. And then is it a coincidence that he's the first nigga writing about this Jesus? Is it a coincidence?
I ain't finding it, but here's one on the circumcision. But look, it says, and when a stranger shall sojourn with thee and will keep the Passover to the Lord, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come there and keep it, and he shall be as one that is born in the land, for no uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. What are you talking about? This is the Lord making a declaration that circumcision stands, and then he says, if you uncircumcised, you ain't gonna eat. So what Paul talking about? And
here come Paul saying, I, Paul, say unto you. Boy, this nigga's cold.
Where he say that? Where that's at? Right here.
Yeah, but I, Paul, say unto you. Yeah.
Well, you can't leave out the behold. Behold, Paul say unto you. That's crazy, bro.
That if you be circumcised, Christ shall be of no value or profit you nothing.
Wow.
Come on, bro. You got to be real with this. That's what I'm saying. But look, when I debated to Zoya, you dig? I told that boy, I dare you to go to Galatians 5. He went there, pulled the definition up, and cut himself.
Exactly.
Now, look, just go back. Let's go down further. Because remember, y'all, he's talking about circumcision the whole time. All right. Now, look at this. Let's go to verse 7. And remember, he's writing to the assembly in Galatia, and Peter has written to the same assembly. He's on record saying him and Peter have two different gospels.
Right.
He's on record saying that they bring a different gospel than what I'm talking about. Count them damned. He's on record calling these men hypocrites, the leaders of the assembly back in Jerusalem. Look at this, verse 7. Ye did run well. Who did hinder you that you should not obey the truth? Hold on. So obviously Peter was still teaching something from Yahshua that had something to do with circumcision. Obviously. They still were teaching circumcision amongst the messianic believers.
Right, facts.
Look at verse 8. This persuasion cometh not of him that called you. This is so when him that called you is supposed to be God. So this persuasion for you in Galatia to get circumcised is not from God. This persuasion comes not of him that called you. Well, who called you? God called you. So the persuasion to get circumcised is not of God. This is what Paul is saying. Verse 9. Shit, I ain't making it up. A little leaven, leaveneth the whole lump. Now circumcision is sin. It's leaven, according to Paul. Now you can say all day it don't mean that, Malachi, man. Bro, he's talking about circumcision in Galatians 5:1 on down.
Right. And then he's using metaphors and shit like that on top of that.
Yeah, we can't just make it say whatever it wants. He himself is talking about this. He's called it sin, a little leaven, leaveneth the whole lump. Leaven is symbolic for sin. Anybody that read the Bible know that. He just said in verse 8 that the persuasion of circumcision doesn't come from God. He just said in verse 7, if you are being persuaded to get circumcised, you don't obey the truth. In verse 2 or verse 1, he called it bondage. What are we doing? Look at it. Verse 10. Watch this. It get deeper. We're going to read down to like verse 11. Watch this. Verse 10. I have confidence in you through the Lord that ye will be none otherwise minded. He say, look, I got confidence in y'all that y'all not going to fall for this.
Right.
But he that troubleth you, he that's teaching you this circumcision shall bear his judgment, whosoever he be. Nigga, who else is writing to Galatia that got the gospel of circumcision? Huh? That's persuading the assembly that even though they believe in the mission of Yeshua, they still should get circumcised. None other than Peter, according to Paul. Paul said he teaches the gospel of circumcision. Now look at this. Go down to verse. Look at verse 12. You're gonna have to get the concordance out on this. You gonna have to get the concordance because we talking about circumcision this whole time. Put the concordance on that verse 12, bro.
All right.
I would they were even cut off, which trouble you. Can you do me a favor, brother? Before we even look at the definition, matter of fact, let's look at the definition of cut off first. And then we're going to look at this verse in a different Bible translation.
So go to cut off.
Yeah, cut off. Because you know we used to teach? We used to say Paul was just simply saying whoever's teaching that should be separated from the congregation. You know, just cut off. Excommunicated. Okay. Excommunicated. Right. Is that what this means? Does this mean excommunication? No.
Cut off and you take.
Yes. To remove the removing of the love muscle and the testes. Look at that. It says to amputate the privy parts.
Cut off.
Look at the parentheses. The privy parts. Bro, so Paul is talking about circumcision. Trip off his judgment. He said, whoever is teaching this, they're going to bear their judgment, whoever they are.
Hey, look what privy parts mean, King. Privy parts is a polite term for sexual organs of a person.
Come on, bro.
Nigga.
Backdrop. That's your love muscle and your testes.
Wow.
That's your right. So Paul's judgment for anybody teaching the gospel of circumcision, and which we all know who that is, we all know who was writing to Galatia, is that they love muscle and testes should be removed.
Cut off which trouble you. I'm trying to say your love muscle is troubling you.
Now look, go click on Galatians 5:12. Click on the verse next to the verse, the number, Gal 5:12. Click on that.
Hold up.
Go
to my right hand?
Yeah, go click on that. Yeah, let's go to the different Bibles, just in case anybody think we playing.
Okay.
You see the tab Bibles right there. Click on that, and let's read a couple different versions of the Bible.
Okay.
Just in case anybody think we playing, Sula. Paul didn't mean that because Tazaryak tried that with me. Paul didn't mean that until he went to that definition and read that. Said, "Boy, I just put you in a blender." What kind of brother? That brother is hostile toward these men. What is you talking about? This his whole little movement. This his movement.
Right. Facts. I Paul. Behold, I Paul. I should say.
All right. So what that Galatians 5:12 say? Zoom in some. See if you can.
All right. Yeah.
I just look at that NLT, bro. It says, "I just wish that those troublemakers," he's calling those who preach circumcision troublemakers, who want to mutilate you by circumcision, would mutilate themselves.
Good night. Damn.
Come on, bro.
It's good to the goddamn sometimes skip around to these new translations, yo.
Yeah.
They bring it in more context.
As you scroll down, you'll see it even more clear. This nigga talking about castration. That's how you feel about circumcision. You're supposed to be a Torah teacher. Like, that's in the Torah.
As for those agitators, who are you talking about? I wish they would go the whole way and emasculate themselves.
Let's go find out who he talking about. We ain't even got to guess with Paul. Read a couple more of those and we can go see exactly what you're talking about.
I wish those who are disturbing you might also let themselves be mutilated. Wow, this nigga talking reckless. He talking like a Spartan and shit.
That's what I'm saying, bro. And this is all about circumcision.
I
See,
wish
like,
that yeah, who's so worried about another nigga love muscle like that? You gonna want to do all that?
that's what I'm
Take
saying.
the time out to do all that.
How is this? How is this your logic and your reasoning, and you blaming it on who you call Christ? That's
Right.
why when you were saying that Luamon came and hollered at the nigga, it makes sense now.
Right. Exactly.
It all makes sense. Paul ain't talking about the real Yeshua, y'all.
Exactly. Paul talking about a fabricated nigga he never met. He talking about Luamon spirit.
That's what we talking about.
You know what I mean? Just hypothetically speaking, but you know what I mean?
Yep, who took on the title of Christ, and trim up this and became a god, a false god in this heaven, in these lower heavens and this earth.
Exactly.
Facts.
Literally
Facts.
styled himself Christ.
Facts.
And then he came with the same appearance he did with Constantine as far as a light in heaven.
Come on, bro.
So it's like, come on, yo, that's something else right there, man.
Man, look, it get deep.
That's what Cosmo was talking about. We ain't got the story of the real Hebrews, Israelites.
No.
We got the stories of, and like you say, the way we can find out about the real ones is through these letters of Paul. Because he telling on himself.
Man, he telling right on himself. They be like, Mally, well, what should we read? Should we take the letters of Paul out the Bible? Hell no. That's the problem. Leave it exactly the way it is.
Ooh, look at this one. I wish that those who are troubling you by teaching that circumcision is necessary for salvation would even go all the way and castrate themselves.
Come on, bro. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
So Paul talking about Peter.
Come on, Peter, James, John, all of them. Let's go to Galatians 2. Let's go back to Galatians 2 and 7. You did. We'll read a couple of those and then read some of that Galatians 1 because he go even harder. He tell you, I didn't learn from them niggas. What I'm teaching, I didn't get from them. So why are you listening to Paul? He ain't even get it from the ones that you should ordain. What you listening to this nigga for?
For contrariwise, when they saw that the gospel of the uncircumcision was committed unto me, as the gospel of circumcision was unto Peter. Okay.
Go ahead, verse 8.
Talking to?
Come on. According to Paul, Peter is the one teaching circumcision. And Peter was sent out by James. All of them was. Go ahead, verse 8.
He that wrought effectually in Peter to the apostleship of circumcision, the same was mighty in me toward the Gentiles.
Hey, go back up to I think it's verse 6. I think it is. Let me go back up just a little bit.
No, you good.
Because and then we gonna look at it in a different translation.
Okay.
Yeah, go to verse 6. Right, click on the numbers next to the verse, and then let's read that in a different because that right there get overlooked a lot. Yeah, let's look at it.
Okay.
Let me see. I think look at the NLT. Just zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit. See, niggas really don't slow down. See, Paul was talking shit. Right there, and they'll tell you the leaders of the church is James and the apostles, and the leaders of the church, and Paul is claiming that when he was in Jerusalem, and the leaders of the church had nothing to add to what I was preaching. By the way, their reputation as great leaders made no difference to me. For God has no favorites.
He talking reckless, boy.
He talking reckless about these niggas, bro. Wow. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is ask yourself, who are the leaders of the church? You go over to Acts chapter 15. The leader of it is James, the little brother.
Let's get that real quick. Let's get that. The leader of the church.
Yeah, Acts 15.
Acts 15.
Acts 15. Acts 15. And you're gonna see somebody stand up and get a, you know what I mean? And then Paul say it again. He name drop. He say James was sending these niggas. But Paul's letters tell it all, bro. All people gotta do is just slow down. If you slow down and read them outside of your religious lens, you be like, dang, he had all beef, he had all static. He had all static with the apostles. The real ones, and I'm talking about after conversion. You know what I mean? So this, for time's sake, jump down to like verse I think it's 13.
Okay.
James is looking at James' judgment. So to give everybody a quick preview, they in Jerusalem. You know what I mean? It's thousands of them, thousands of Nazarenes. The scenes is out. You know what I mean? And they having what's called a Jerusalem council or assembly about what to teach amongst the Gentile nations about James's brother Yahshua. You know what I mean? Like, cause they all got to be teaching the same thing. So eventually Paul has to come to Jerusalem to check in. He just didn't do it right away. You know what I mean? When you get to Galatians, the 2nd chapter, Paul is writing about this event right here. Because Paul went up to Jerusalem, he knew he had to check in. Nigga, if you out here talking about Yahshua, there's only one group of men you can check in with.
So this is where Paul checks in right here.
He checked in right here. So the men, when he say my doctrine I didn't get from man, nigga, he already on record getting the doctrine from a man about what to teach. He just didn't follow it. Watch. James's judgment. Now, if this man is standing up giving a judgment, that means he's the presider, the judge over the whole council.
Facts. He the head nigga in charge.
He the head nigga in charge, bro. And this nigga it's heavyweight spiritual niggas here.
Facts.
You feel me? It's niggas that done, according to the Bible, done got fiery tongues put in their mouth. You know what I mean? Like, these are some real heavy hitters. And James is the one that's presiding over the whole thing. It's not Peter. It's James. Okay. So and after they had held their peace, James answered, saying, men and brethren, hearken unto me. Simeon, who is supposed to be Peter, have declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And then he go into the prophecies, right? Jump down to like verse 19. That's something y'all can read on your own time. Right. Wherefore my sentence is, this is my judgment. He's talking to Paul and Barnabas in front of thousands of Nazarenes in the scene.
And this is James talking.
This is James talking.
Okay.
Wherefore my judgment or sentence is that we trouble not them which from among the Gentiles are turned to God. Now the topics that was on the table was circumcision and dietary law, what they eat, and if they get supposed to get circumcised. This is what was on the table at the Jerusalem council, right? James stands up and say, well, look, don't trouble them. Meaning, if someone believes and they an adult, don't make it a requirement like right out the gate to join the movement. Like, you ain't gotta like say you gotta get your rod chopped to join the movement. That ain't the case. Gotcha. Right? But knows what he tell them. He say, but that we write unto them, the Gentiles that want to roll with Yeshua, that they abstain from pollutions of idols, or meat, also aka meats offered to idols. And from fornication, and from things strangled, more dietary law, and from blood, more dietary law.
Let me hit that concordance on that blood real quick.
Yeah. Hey, he like, look, tell you. So in other words, let the Gentiles know they gotta let go of that idolatry. You ain't supposed to be eating no meat offered to idols. You know what I mean?
That, you're right. Animals. Right there.
See?
Wow.
Come on, bro. And from blood.
And from animals. Abstain from animals, my nigga. Right there in concordance.
Historically speaking, James never tasted flesh a day in his life. Or Yeshua. When you get into some of the early writings, them brothers them brothers never, John the Baptist, them niggas never touched flesh ever in their life.
Man, that's crazy.
Come on, bro. So this is what Paul was told to teach. If you're gonna be out there teaching, this is what you teach, right? But that meant that eventually they would get circumcised, because if that wasn't the case, why is Paul writing and attacking anybody teaching circumcision?
Right.
Because they still taught it. It's just you don't need circumcision to be join the movement. But
Right.
eventually you got to go through it. And when you read
Right.
some of those Nazarene writings, it tell you about the process of initiation. They start initiating brothers, put them on like a 6-7 year trial. And at the end of it, you would get circumcised.
Mm-hmm.
If you made it through all these different steps and trials, you'll be initiated Nazarene and can properly teach the scroll. You know what I mean? That's in the Nazarene literature, though. You know what I mean? And that's conversation between James and Peter in the Nazarene literature on how they're going to initiate, because they like, look, it's too many people, or there's a lawless teacher among the Gentiles, a lawless teacher teaching against our way.
Who say that?
That's in the letter that James and Peter had amongst each other in the Nazarene literature. Yeah. Peter salute James. He like the leader of the Hebrews and the Holy Assembly in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They all salute dude. They like, nah, dude, top notch with it. You know what I mean? But he was the one, even according to Acts 15, that was the presider and leader over the movement.
Right.
In the Nazarene literature, Yeshua is appointing James as leader. That's who you follow. You follow James.
So the Nazarenes, they actually got Yeshua appointing James.
Yeah. Yes.
So that validates this right here then.
It's in the Nazarene Gospels, and it's in the Gospel of Thomas. Man, wherever you at in the world, find James or Just. That's who you look for. That's who you look for. That's just so happened to be his little brother. His little brother. You know what I mean? So James and Paul teach different things. Paul started doing his own thing. And that's what people don't realize. You know what I mean? Paul's teaching you about his own version of a man that he never met. You know what I mean? You found out tonight that, you know what I mean, through that inspiration ain't from who you would call the creator, but, you know what I mean, Calypto Louis. Same one that hit Ezra, same one that hit Constantine, the same one that hit Paul. And it ain't no coincidence that he's the first one writing and that all of Christianity quotes him.
Right.
And we all know Christianity was started by a false god. Come on, bro. It ain't hard.
Wow, but that
it ain't hard.
When the nigga said I Paul though, that's a strong statement, yo.
They Galatians 5. And he's saying you're gonna bear your judgment, and your judgment is for you to be castrated. Okay. And then later on, he gets to talking. But the fruits of the spirit, brother, is love, joy, peace, long suffering, gentleness. Nigga, you wasn't gentle 5 verses before this.
Right.
This nigga schizo, bro.
Damn, son, this nigga right here wildin', yo. So literally, the Herodians and these Romans had to come together to kill off the apostles, yo.
Man, come on, man.
That's what it's looking like.
That's what it is. So this is
the hostility between the groups. Something had to happen, and this is before the Maccabee revolt, right?
After.
Oh,
you talking about Paul and them. This is after this. According to they stuff, 1st century. You know what I mean? So yeah, bro. But man, look, excellent. Like I say, man, excellent chop session as usual, brother.
Yes, sir, man. You know how we do, King.
Man, I'm about to get up off here. You know what I mean? It's always an honor chopping it up with you.
Man,
you know, we dive in them deep waters, and you dig. With the CGG 4 horsemen go where we're most scared to go.
We go where no man goes. You know what I
mean? Yeah. So it's a no-fly zone over here.
Exactly.
Yeah. So my love and light to you, brother. All praise to the ever-present, the creator of suns, moons, and stars. And shit, bro, we'll catch up sometime between now and then, man. Love and light to the chat.
Man. Yes, sir.
Love and light to the chat. All my brothers, all my sisters, y'all keep y'all head up, man. Chest poked out, and understand that, look, ain't nobody in a better position than us. We should be bow-legged in the shoulders.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So love, light, and balance to you, brother. I'm checking on out. Hey, free yourself from the Godspell, man.
That's right. Free yourself, man. Salute to Malachi Maccabee.
Salute, brother.
Came on, dropped that knowledge, man. Good night, boy. You know what I mean? That's how we do. So I'm going to title this one, you know what I mean, the backdating the history, or backdating of the Bible. And as you can see, a lot has been backdated. As you see, Paul, Josephus, they had a lot to do with this New Testament and framing our mind about Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the whole term Christ, him being your Lord and Savior. While prior to those times, we only acknowledge one Creator, Jehovah only. And with that, your boy Shalom, we're going to shine. We're going to get up out of here. We're going to shine up out of here. Shine. Malachi Maccabee came through and dropped that megaton light bomb. You know what I mean? So with that, family, y'all can go back and rewatch this video. Take your notes. You know what I mean? Because we bringing the ruckus over here. Let me go to my commercial break, and then we out of here.
Bitter Sweet Herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. BitterSweetHerbals.com.
Run the rhythm.
Bitter Sweet Herbals. What it tastes is bitter, but the results are sweet. BitterSweetHerbals.com.
Yes, family, make sure to get your bitters. You know how we do, and your boy Sila Shalom is out of here. And we're going to vibe out, create a gang.
In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the Creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the auspice watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the OSP, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past and the love that will ever last in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone.